Okay, welcome everybody to the August 12th, 2026 Hanford Advisory Board meeting. Before we launch in earnest, I'd like to let you all know this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Hanford site YouTube channel. We have a couple of ground rules I'd like to adhere to. I have a few administrative items. It's been a while. Say those are: listen carefully, honor the guidance of the chair, be respectful, and assume all participants have good intentions. Minimize sidebar conversations in the room and chat, and mute yourself online or leave the room if you must answer a phone call. If you are in the room, you will have a nice name tag which has these displayed as a reminder. These also have a separate function for the HAB members at the table. When it comes time to questions, you can put this on its side to indicate you'd like to enter queue. If you're online, you can raise your hand or leave a note in the Teams chat. Because it's been a while, we're running this formally. We'll have HAB members, one member per seat, representing at the table, or the virtual table if you're online. If you're in the room, see these green lights on the ceiling? Those are your microphones. However, we do have second and third lines of defense if we're too quiet for those online. But the owl in the middle will be your eyes and ears. Megan, what do we need to know about the room and facility?
There are people stationed in the hallways for you guys. You guys can halfway free roam. Just don't go to the right, go to the left. They'll walk you through. There is coffee and cups in the break room if you guys need coffee. And there's also hot water for tea. I believe we're going to try and no mic it today. So that should work. If we need mics for people in the back, we can turn them on, but the audio on the ceiling is really great. So people online should be able to hear us without mics. We don't have to mess with that. So I think that's it.
All right. Susan, to you.
Thank you, everybody, for attending the last Hanford Advisory Board for fiscal year 2025, 2026. I appreciate everybody that could traveling, and I appreciate everybody that's online attending. So one reminder, if you've just joined us, please log in if you're online, log in so we know that you're who you are and who you represent. Helps the minutes later on, as well as helping us know who we've got in attendance. We've got a busy meeting, but the first thing that I traditionally do at this meeting every year that I've been chair is I try and recognize those that are departing the HAB. And so I've got that list and I want to formally recognize everyone. They will, at a later date, receive a letter from the agencies thanking them for their service. And that's in the process right now. But until then, I want to recognize Chris Sutton for his 6 years of service. Amber Waldrop, I don't know if Amber's online right now. Okay, somebody joined us. Me, this is my last meeting for my 6-year term. And stepping away from the board is Aaron Siefkin from the building trades, Larry Haler from Public at Large, Shirley Regev from non-union, non-management. Okay. Ed Parsons from Public at Large, Brian Ivy sitting here at the table with me, and Matthew Campbell from CTUIR. So thank you very much for your service. And I don't think I have a whole lot else that I need to ramble about. So I will turn it over to our agencies for the most important part, for the agency update, because there's been a lot going on.
Has been, and I think I was given the honor of going first this time. So I'll go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Stephanie Schley. I'm the program manager for Washington State Department of Ecology's Nuclear Waste Program. Majority of what we do in our program is overseeing the state portion of the Hanford cleanup. I'm going to pull up our slides. I'll give you just a minute to get those pulled back before I jump in. Yeah, not a problem. Okay, thank you. Hopefully folks online can also see that. Folks online, see the slides, okay?
I will.
Maybe while we work that out and go to the next slide, or you want to wait?
Yeah, Dana confirmed that we can see the slides.
Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next slide then. Here we go. So starting out with the outreach and education activities that the nuclear waste program has been involved in since April to July this year. It's really been a busy few summer months. Our team has reached over 1,800 people across 18 events. In particular, our goals of outreach have been to promote, in particular, the Hanford Sitewide Rev 9 dangerous waste permit that is out for public comment right now. Our teams have been passing out our focus sheets. They've answered questions, shared information about the ongoing lunch and learns that we've been offering around that permit. And I'll speak more in particular about public engagement around that permit later on in my presentation. There's also been some unique opportunities that our team has had the opportunity to be a part of, including going to Tri-City Dust Devil games, where we've hosted 2 ecology nights at the ballpark and Benton Franklin Head Start activities for preschools. Looking ahead, some of our planned outreach activities include opportunities across the region. Again, we have a mock Hanford workshop with the Fun Fit and Over 50 Club, the Wenatchee River Salmon Festival, the Tri-City Celebration of Diversity as well in September. And of course, if you or your organization are interested in our program coming out and talking about the Hanford cleanup and the work we do at Department of Ecology, you can reach out to us at the website there, hanford@ecy.wa.gov. Moving on to the next slide. Susan referenced a lot of really great work that's happening at the Hanford site. And of course, wouldn't be an update without talking about status of tank waste treatment and vitrification in particular at the Hanford site. Really great progress continues to be made at the low activity waste facility. In July, Energy and Bechtel achieved the highest production of tank waste gallons processed, metric tons glass poured, containers filled, and run days in a month since their start and commissioning in October. That's a huge achievement for them. We expect to hear from Department of Energy and their contractor later this month on their decision around dual melter testing. Folks that are familiar with the low activity waste facility, they have 2 melters in their facility. Right now they're running on single melter operations. Through ramp up and testing of dual melters, they'll be able to run both melters simultaneously at the same time. That will allow them to continue to ramp up their production in the facility. Our permit requires by August 17th that Energy determine what, if any, upgrades are needed before they go into dual melter testing. And we're in early conversations around what we expect to get as part of that and what the schedule is for them to conduct testing. Talking a little bit about where they're at and what they've treated to date. And I know Ray is planning on talking about this too, but we're running under single melter configuration. Energy's treated over 165,000 gallons of tank waste, filling 120 containers thus far. Talking about milestones that Bechtel has set for themselves for treatment. The department does remain on track to be treating 500,000 gallons of tank waste this year, 1 million gallons in 2027, and then 1.5 million gallons in 2028. That pace and throughput and ramp up in operation is what they need to achieve to meet that 70% total operating efficiency within 3 years that's outlined in the consent decree. Then I also just want to end the slide by talking about additional pretreatment in the 200 East area. So right now, the pretreatment capabilities, the tank side cesium removal system that is permitted, it's been operating. They plan on creating additional pretreatment capability that is called the Advanced Modular Pretreatment System in 200 East. That will be a permitted activity, and Energy will be in a public comment on that soon through the dangerous waste permit. It's our understanding as well that Tisker, while it has been down for a while, is going to be up and running again because of capacity created in the feed tank for the low activity waste facility. That should be happening this month. So the next slide, thank you. We also wanted to take a minute to talk about two proposals put forward by Department of Energy around grouting in 200 East. So beyond legal agreements that are outlined in our tri-party agreement and our consent decree for vitrification happening in 200 East is the treatment pathway, and then grouting happening in 200 West, there have been two new initiatives that have been proposed by Energy for grouting waste. The first of those is one that we've come to the board and talked about previously. That is the catchy title of EMF bottoms. If you're wondering what that is, it's bottoms from the effluent management facility. It's a mixed waste byproduct waste stream coming off of the vitrification process in the low activity waste facility. That's a long title, so we called it EMF bottoms. That was something that we worked with Department of Energy on end of last year, early this year. We supported a permit modification for the proposal. Energy conducted a 60-day public comment period, held a public meeting. We then responded to public comments and issued that permit in May of this year. We supported that effort. You've heard Ray and I speak to that through this effort of sending these EMF bottoms offsite to Permafix for grouting and then out of state to Utah for disposal. The low activity waste facility can gain up to 10 to 20% efficiency in their facility. Where they're at today, the permit is in place, and it's my understanding several batches of the waste have been transported to Permafix. And the waste will, I believe, sorry. So let me just say it. Where they're at now is several batches of the EMF bottoms waste stream have been transferred from Hanford to Permafix for treatment for grouting, and they will be transporting it again now for shipment of treated waste down to Utah. The second proposal, earlier this year, Energy approached our agency to talk about diverting some of the pre-treated waste from the feed tank for the low activity waste facility. If you track numbers, that tank is AP 106. That is the feed mat for the low activity waste facility. They proposed, instead of sending that to vitrification, sending it offsite for grouting and disposal. We were asked for our perspective and provided our assessment. Now is not the time for this proposal. The proposal will divert resources away from other priority work and would not result in additional tank waste being treated in the long term. Ecology has already agreed to a vitrification and grout approach. That was part of the holistic agreement. Our top priorities remain continuing to support ramp up of the low activity waste facility and vitrification, as well as providing permitting support in the 200 West area for the grouting initiative that's happening there. Folks that have been watching the news and announcements this week, Energy did provide to the Department of Ecology unilaterally permit modifications to the Hanford Sitewide permit for this initiative. How we will move forward with that is, as with any permit that is submitted to us, we will conduct a formal and comprehensive review following state and federal requirements. And after considering public comments submitted to our agency, we will make appropriate informed permitting decision. Go to the next slide, talking now about 200 West tank waste treatment. And I mentioned this on the last slide. In particular, this is the grout plus grout approach we've agreed to under the holistic agreement. As part of that, Energy used to retrieve waste from 22 tanks in the 200 West area of the site. The low activity waste fraction of those tanks will be sent off-site for grouting and disposal. Energy was required to make a decision end of last year in December on where they were going to grout that waste. They requested an extension to that milestone to July 1, which we granted. They sent us a letter in July 1 saying they selected off-site as the method of grouting, but they left open the option of also doing on-site grouting at a later period. As the permitting agency, we needed additional clarification on if permitted activities were going to happen in the state of Washington that we would need to permit. We sent a letter in response seeking clarification on that. I know Energy sent us a response. We're still under review, and I believe it was just yesterday, Ray, you sent out a news release for an award for that work. So we continue to track all of that and discuss what permitting needs Energy might need to support that work, or any facility that's chosen in the state of Washington that might need a permit through us. Also just mention, we are working, there is permitted activities that will be needed in the 200 West area, including retrieval and pretreatment capability. We're actively working with Department of Energy on permits needed for that right now. We will be adding a new unit group to the Hanford Sitewide permit called the West Area Risk Mitigation System. So that will be an upcoming permit modification. And then on the last bullet, just want to mention in June, Ecology and Energy held a notice of intent meeting to discuss the anticipated pretreatment system in the 200 West area for this. We're actively working with Energy on multiple upcoming comment periods associated with the project. The first comment period held by Energy, we anticipate to start in January of 2027. Now talking about the movement of the cesium and strontium capsules happening in the 200 area, just a little bit of history. So back in November, Energy began moving cesium capsules from underwater storage at the waste encapsulation storage facility into a safer configuration at the dry storage area. 5 casks have been filled to date of capsules. Each cask holds around 121 capsules. If you can do quick math, that's around 600 capsules that have been moved to date to dry storage, and they're working on the 6 casks now. This project is a crucial risk reduction activity just due to the highly radioactive nature of the capsules. The casks in dry storage will ensure that the capsules themselves, the heat given off by the radioactive decay, will be passively cooled through those casks. Our agency does issue permits, or did issue permits for this work to happen, and will continue to oversee the project as Energy continues to make progress towards that milestone to have all the transfers complete in 2029. Going to the next slide, wanted to talk a little bit about our compliance activities. So we are obligated as a state agency to ensure any permit that we issue, the entity we issue permits to is also complying with permits that we issue. Since January through July of this year, here are the reports that my team have issued. These compliance reports are placed in the Hanford Administrative Record if you want to go out and take a look at them. Each report will document for each of those units whether there were any non-compliance activities affiliated with it. There are a couple of acronyms I noticed on here that we didn't spell out. That is CWC and RAP. That's central. That is the Central Waste Complex and the Waste Receiving and Processing Facility. Going to the next slide, continuing our compliance activities. So in order to do a report, our team has to go out and conduct a compliance inspection. We have obligations that we report up to EPA to conduct a certain number of inspections within a specific amount of time. My team has completed 26 site-specific compliance evaluation inspections in the last 6 months, essentially. And so to meet our obligations to EPA, that's 68% of the inspections that we've needed to date. So in addition to inspecting permitted areas, any area on site where dangerous waste is generated is also inspected to ensure activities are being done in a manner that's protective of human health and the environment. Going to the next slide, talking about upcoming public involvement opportunities. And of course, starting out with the big one, the Hanford Sitewide Dangerous Waste Permit Revision 9A. Both of our first 2 informational meetings were recorded and they are out on our website if you weren't able to attend those and want to go take a look and rewatch those. Our lunch and learn sessions that I mentioned earlier on are also being recorded. Those are placed on our website. We mentioned 5 different public hearings that we'll be conducting for the permit in Portland, Hermiston, Seattle, Richland, and then one virtual opportunity. Public hearings are different than a public meeting. So those public hearings have the hearing component of the meetings are recorded. Transcripts will also be taken of those meetings, and the transcripts will be included in the response to comments document for Rev 9 when we issue it. Speaking now about the other public comment opportunities. So those are affiliated with the Hanford Site Air Operating Permit. We have 2 NOC approval orders, NOC's Notice of Construction, that will be going out for public comment, as well as the Hanford Air Operating Permit renewal will be going out for public comment. It was put out for public comments earlier. We received comments on that and made revisions, so it needs to go out back out for public comment. And going to the next slide. I believe this is my last slide before questions. So talking about where we're at with the Hanford Site-wide permit renewal, we worked really closely with Department of Energy to prepare this permit that supports the cleanup mission at the Hanford site. It creates one standard for Department of Energy to operate to. We've ensured it's implementable, consistent, and enforceable. The permit also ensures that the activities that are being conducted at Hanford through the cleanup and the management of dangerous waste are protective of human health and the environment during the cleanup mission. Talking about some of the bullets there on the slide, so comment responses to public, tribal nations, and permittees affiliated with the draft permit, you can find those on our website. We've also responded to the HAB advice that we received when the permit was out for public comment back in 2012. That's linked there on the slide. We recently also extended consultation offer letters to each of the 3 federally recognized tribes, and awaiting responses to that. And then if you're wondering, if you're interested in going out and taking a look at the permit and wondering where to get started, we have our unit group snapshots that are linked there. And we encourage you to go take a look at those before just diving in and starting to look at each of the files affiliated with the permit. Where we're at in our public engagement thus far, it's been going well. As I mentioned earlier, we've held 2 informational meetings on the permit. We've held 3 lunch and learns. We have a 4th scheduled today at noon. The events have been well attended by agency and contractor staff, various groups and members of the public. Each one has had around 40 participants, around 30 non-ecology attendees. We're also beginning to receive public comments. As of August 5th, we've had 5 public comments received so far, and our strategy is to be reviewing those public comments as they come in. Lastly, I just want to say we've really appreciated everyone's feedback that they provided us during each of these informational sessions for Rev 9. And any questions that you have for us as well. We've really appreciated the interest that's been expressed. If you have questions outside of the public meetings that are offered, again, we have our website, hanford@ecy.wa.gov, where you can reach out to us. And then also want to plug, if you've had a chance to look at the agenda, Edward Holbrook, the Deputy Program Manager, will be talking to you this afternoon about the Rev 9 permit as well. I think that takes us into questions, but I think you wanted to go to Laura next.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Bulow. My normal day job is the Federal Facilities Section Manager. I am halfway through a detail, though, a temporary detail as the remedial branch manager. So that means I have all of the Region 10, Washington, Idaho, Oregon, and Alaska, Superfund sites, whether it's a federal facility, a private site, or an EPA fund lead site right now. Our permanent branch manager is now our deputy. We're going through some rotating details on that. So apologies for not getting slides put together. It's been a crazy couple months, and it will be a crazy another couple months while I'm in this. Kind of sticking on the theme of updates. As I mentioned last time, we were hit very hard with people either retiring or leaving under the DRP, or even a few more since then. That means we're down almost 45% of our RPMs, which are our remedial project managers, our Superfund project managers in Region 10. So we are trying to keep things afloat with the much reduced staff that we have. I have all of my staff here for RPM still in Richland, but they have all taken on other work outside of Hanford, even more so than they generally had. So Hanford is always a priority for us as we go through and look at our priorities across the region. But we are very focused on just the Superfund CERCLA work out here at Hanford, and we are having to try to focus our resources. And one of the RPMs I lost was on Idaho National Lab. So Annie McCartney, RPM out here, is covering Idaho National Lab as well. So we have a little bit of good news on the hiring front, in that we've been approved for some hiring. The bad news is that that is all moving incredibly slow, and we don't even have our fiscal year 26 hires interviewed yet, much less selected. But we are hoping to be able to get some relief in 27, hiring some more people. Our regional administrator, Emma Pocan, has been very supportive of the offices. The Region 10 has offices outside of Seattle, like the Hanford project office, and she's been very supportive in having people in different positions around here. So there is a chance we would get someone here, but that's all too early to really say what will happen in the long run. So that's where we are. Stephanie highlighted a lot of the great work that's going on in the permit out here. There is still a lot going on under CERCLA, under the Superfund side of the house out at Hanford. We did finalize the CERCLA milestones, the M100 series milestones. That was finalized, I think, fairly shortly after the spring meeting. So those are posted. And we're already starting to gear up for the annual meeting to look at what the new review of milestones, of milestones that we met, and starting to get into that. And, the first year we'll do a lot of learning of how we're going to do this, and then we'll hope to get into a rhythm with that. So that's exciting to see that we're there, and we are supporting that, and that's a priority for us. The 300 area record of decision amendment was signed by all agencies. So that is what changes the 324 building approach slightly. That has all gone through and is final. There's been a lot of continued work at 100K, and we appreciate the department's focus on continuing to make progress at taking down some of those buildings at 100K so we can get the last of those waste sites out there. And then the ERDIF liner installation. I appreciate how much my staff got to go out and see that. I've been around through a few of these liner installations. I've been lucky to see it in the past. They had not, so they were really excited. Although they got to actually, I think, go down and touch and feel it, and I don't remember ever getting to do that, so maybe I should have gone with them. But they were really excited to see that and the commitment to, expand ERDA, this commitment to do additional remediation at the site. So appreciate the progress on that. And those are my fairly brief, but still substantial updates on all the circular work going on at Hanford. I'll take questions when we get to that.
My turn then?
How do we ask questions?
All right, so the good news is I don't have to provide you a whole bunch of Hanford update because my esteemed colleagues have actually told you everything that's going on at Hanford. So the better news is that I didn't intend to do that in the first place. So I'm instead going to tell you that I've been doing this job now for what I can't believe I just now calculated in my head is 11 months. I've already been on this job 11 months. It took me about 6 to 8 months to even feel comfortable in my shoes, and I'm finally getting there now. And now I'm going to kind of give you, I guess, sort of my state of the union, I guess, what I see after my first year here, where we are. So if you could go to the next slide. This is something that has been touched upon already, but I wanted to point out a couple of things. We've been in full operation now of this BIT plant for 10 months. We treated 170,000 gallons total. The design rate for this plant is 2 million gallons a year. So in 10 months, we've done basically less than 10% of that. So we're operating at just barely over 10% capacity on this unit after 10 months. We've produced now about 120 glass containers, which leaves only 16,000 more to go. 10 months to get 120, I don't know how many months it takes to get 16,000. We probably will be, I'm guessing, and this is just projection based on current, trends, about maybe 250,000 gallons for the first year, at an annual cost of about $450 million to actually operate the plant. That's the cost of BNI. And that doesn't even include what H2C has to do for, feeding the waste materials over to the plant and taking their residuals over at the ETF and dealing with the residuals over there. The AP 106 feed tank, which is what feeds the material to the melter. It's where the pre-treated stuff here goes into AP 106. It's been over 1 million gallons for over 6 months now. It finally just came under 1 million gallons here just in the last couple of weeks. It was brought up above 6 months, up above 1 million gallons. It was actually almost 1.2 million gallons in February. And since that time, the Tisker hasn't run for 5 months, which means that an entire crew of folks that's what their job is to run that has had to find other things to do. And it means 400,000 gallons worth of tank waste did not get treated when it could have gotten treated. Next slide, please. This is a sample of the AP 106 liquid in our 222S laboratory. They've taken it over. They actually took it over there because there was some questions over the sodium content in there. This is a radiation meter, one of the standard radiation meters that we use here. You can see it's measured here at this point on 0.3. Over here, when you put it right in front of the sample, that needle doesn't even move. And we're on the very lowest setting of the radiation meter. So basically this Tisker sample, this AP 106 material is less than 0.3 millirem per hour. It doesn't even register on the scale. Next slide, please. So Hanford cleanup has been going on for about 35 years now, roughly, since the TPA was signed in '89, so a little more than 35 years. I'm tired of seeing this slide. I've seen it a lot. There's been a lot of good things that have happened at Hanford. Probably the biggest thing that we've done is taking care of the reactors. That's a big deal. We're on the last one now, fortunately, and we hope to get that whole north end taken care of. But other than that, you know, all the rest of this stuff, it's really just kind of scratching the surface of what's out there at Hanford to do. Next slide. We got, probably also how we finished our 24th tank retrieval this last week. We got 125 more to go. There's 12,000 cubic yards of buried transuranic waste out there. It's been buried since the 70s, 60s, 70s. I don't know, and you know, steel drums just left in the earth. That all needs to get retrieved, processed, disposed of. Tons and tons, millions of tons of soil remediation that's yet to go on out there. 5 massive canyon facilities, 4 of which are incredibly contaminated, have extremely high dose materials and equipment, and all kinds of stuff, liquid waste. Haven't even touched any of that stuff yet. Of course, the 56 million gallons of tank waste, and then another 100 to 150 million gallons of secondary waste that's generated in the processing, treatment, and management of the 56 million gallons. So in total, the number I've seen is 190 million gallons worth of effluents is what has to get treated through various processing facilities, many of yet even to be built. Next slide. So, one more click. We have basically laid out everything there is to do that I just showed you there. And because we're required to do that, we have to figure out for the government a liability slide for the government. So the government does a balance sheet and determines all of its liabilities that are out there. And so we've had to basically chart out everything and our estimated costs of what it's going to do to finish all of this. This is the butter side up estimate of what it's going to take for us to go through and do all of the work I just said based on the mandated agreements that we have in place currently. One click. This is the not butter side estimate. Any of you that have worked out at Hanford, how many times do things go butter side up out there? Right? So once in a while, correct, yeah. But oftentimes, you know, we run into all kinds of things that didn't pan out the way we planned. And so we have a contingency estimate that goes to the higher range. So that's the kind of range of costs per year it's going to take to get to where we're supposed to go by 2085. One more click. This is our current budget allocation from Congress. It's kind of been this budget allocation for a long time. Anybody think that that budget allocation is going to suddenly jump up like this into the $10 billion, $12 billion range in the future? Anyway, this is based on historical trends. That would be my take on where I think the budget's going to wind up for Hanford in the future. God help us when Patty Murray's no longer around. One more click. This is the base operations cost for Hanford. This is just what it costs just to keep the site open, to keep the roads plowed, keep the electricity flowing, to make water, handle sewage, guard force, fire department, all the stuff we have to do just to run the site. So all of this money, none of it goes to actually any cleanup at all. It's all just keeping the site open. So what does that mean? It means all of this planned work out here, there's no way any of it gets done. What does that mean then? For display purposes only, not based on actual data, the only way that happens is the work all moves out to where? 2250, 2300, 2350, 2400. Next slide. I'll entertain any questions. Rosy picture, isn't it?
So, as discussed earlier, if you have a question, you're in the room, please turn your name tent to the side so I know you would like that question. And if you're on Teams, you can raise your hand or enter a note in the chat. I think Chris would like to lead us off and we'll follow with Richard. Go ahead, Chris.
I have, I guess, three questions. Brian, primarily for you. What's your best guess as to when you'll bring the second melter on so you can have 2 melters running concurrently in operations?
We're trying to negotiate that time frame, and we could be ready to do it anytime. Quite frankly, we don't see the need to do that, but it won't add greatly to the throughput in any way. The biggest problem that the melters have, the melter process has, is gas handling and the amount of in leakage that comes in through the melters, which overwhelms the air pollution control system. And when you put a second melter online, you double that in leakage, further overwhelming the air pollution control system, the off-gas treatment stuff. So we're working with ecology to decide, when and if we even really need to do that. Our belief is that we can run one melter at, and then have melters that we can go between them, where one suddenly goes out, then we can just immediately bring the other up, and we can increase our online efficiency and do better than the marginal gain in processing rate that we will get by adding a second melter. If we go to 2 melter operation, our experience and our estimation is we'll probably get maybe a 20% at best increase in capacity. It will not be double the capacity in any way.
And my second question really has nothing to do with your presentation, but the article in the Tri-City Herald about DOE and Richland possibly annexing 275 acres of land, which includes the 324 building. Can you comment on that at all?
Sure. I mean, I think it's just in the interest of the city as the industrialization initiatives move on, as it gets closer to Atlas Agro building their plant over in the area that was leased over to, or that was ceded over to Tridec from DOE not too long ago. Other initiatives that are going on to develop. There's a big plan to put what's the name of the guys that are out at the 400 area right now? General Matter planning to build a huge plant out there. It's in the city's interest to start planning ahead to take over those areas moving north of the city. And this is probably just the first of several annexations you'll see going on into the future as the city grows its revenue base, its tax base, and then at the same time provides the kind of fire and emergency services and other city services that are needed in order to support those kind of industrial developments.
But you don't anticipate that the annexation impacting the remediation of the waste sites underneath the 320?
Absolutely not in any way, shape, or form. Annexation does not change or affect ownership or responsibility or requirements to work, and nor does it change anything that we would intend to do out at any of those sites out there.
And I don't want to ask a third question, so have my one.
All right, Richard, you're up next.
My question is for Laura. We're in a position where the intent of all this grouting material to be shipped to Region 8, Region 6. Has the agreements been made between the regions to say it's okay?
So, well,
I mean, going back in history, I used to do shipments like that, and I would have to get a mother may I from the other regions to say who was doing it. I'm just asking if the volume that we're talking about is significant.
Are you talking as far as like who has priority to ship to WIP?
No,
Like,
I'm
he's
talking about crowd.
Oh, the
Grout
ground going to
going to
Utah.
Yeah, crowd going to
Are you aware
Utah,
of that?
crowd going to Texas.
Texas. Oh, for like so under
So for
CERCLA, we have to do offsite disposal, which may be what you're asking about. For RCRA, that's
RCRA,
done
you
under a
I think
different.
you're talking about the RCRA authorized program and whether the RCRA program at EPA has had any conversations with the other regions
Right.
about the waste liner. I can talk about what I do know.
Yeah, that would be great, because I haven't followed that. I could follow back up with my
Well,
RCRA side of the
you know,
house.
Because EPA is so short-staffed, I
Yeah,
don't want all of a sudden this huge roadblock to get in.
And quite frankly, it's not an EPA issue. The facility we're sending the material to is a RCRA permitted disposal facility,
Correct.
which is licensed by the state of Utah. And so what we're sending is within its permitted license to operate, and what we're sending them is fully DOT compliant. And basically, freedom of interstate commerce would dictate that there's nothing really anybody can say about that. Not that anybody had, people are free to speak on it, but it's all just being done per regulations and guidelines that are already fully approved. And
So if I could just add, so an example of where we've already done this, right, is the 2,000 gallons for the test bed initiative waste that were sent to 1,000 gallons sent to Utah, 1,000 gallons were sent to Texas. There was no agreement between EPA regions that waste was exiting region 10 going into, I don't know all of your regions, but Utah or Texas, thank you. But what there was EPA had to issue a treatability variance on the regulatory side for the waste to go to a disposal site. And in the variance that was issued, it was to the disposal sites in Utah and in Texas. And I can speak to the fact that we did engage the state regulators in those states, as well as other intergovernmental groups that were included, such as the Western Industry Energy Board, WEEB, and others that speak about transportation. And your team worked with ours to do a transportation outreach initiative as well, talking to folks. So there wasn't an agreement like that, but there was conversation that happened around what was going to be transported.
My question is really with the expansion of what's coming. That's my only concern.
That's a good point, and I'll follow up, because even though they're delegated programs to the state, EPA does have oversight of the RCRA delegation. So I hear what you're saying on regions 6 and 8, and I'll follow up with that with our EPA.
we've had discussions with Utah directly, and they're interested in what it is. We've told them what it is, and they're fine.
Okay. The other question I have with the expansion of the city limits of Richland into Hanford, is there any concern you're going to get the bureaucracy of the city involved in some of your operations? I mean, to me, the city will have, that's a big burden for them to expand their urban growth area type of aspects. But, also business operating in the city is now different than its business not in the city. So I'm just wondering if you've looked at that impact, especially with the 324.
I can't imagine that the city could possibly have any more bureaucracy than the federal and state government.
No, it's just additional.
Get rid of those.
No, I don't believe that there will be an issue in that whatsoever. What we operate on is we're ownership of the land and licenses that were granted, by the regulatory agencies to do what we need to do. I don't see the city as a vote in any of that.
So Q check, we have Mia, Ryan, Alfonso, and Tom. You're up next, Mia.
This is kind of tagging along to Richard's question. I'm curious what approvals you need in order to start shipping waste through this dual path approach that you're proposing. So the 2 permit mods I saw came out. We've talked about the treatability variance. Will you be requesting that from EPA? There was also NEPA-CPRA coverage. Is my understanding you'll need a supplement analysis at the very least, plus a waste incidental to reprocessing because of the change from, it's not VLAW weir anymore. It's a different weir since it's being grouted. So is that what you're foreseeing as what
Those were already all underway. So we've been working with EPA back at headquarters for months now. And we're making great progress on a blanket variance for large portions of all of the aqueous tank waste out there. We expect that to take about another 6 months to go through the full process, but that's underway. We've already issued the NEPA-SA, and we're days away from issuing the weir for this east area material. It'll look really similar to the west area weir. And so that just leaves the permit, which is basically the only permit change that we have. So there's 2 different ones because there's 2 different ways to take material out and package it. We're currently removing this material, the EMF bottoms, out of basically a discharge pipe that comes out of the EMF. There is a piece of pipe that's about 10 feet long that we would use that we could connect AP feed from the AP feed tank to one of the EMF bottom outlet tanks. And that 10 feet of pipe is basically the permit change. That's it. And then we would just move material out of that same EMF outlet and into a tanker truck. And so it's a very simple facility change, very, very simple. And then we already have the trucks. We have permitted facilities, we have contracts, everything's in place.
So this blanket variance, are you talking about 200 west tank waste and this new,
Yes, correct.
all of this
Correct.
in
There's gonna
one
be two of
variance?
them. There's gonna be one variance for low organic pre-treated waste, and there's gonna be another variance for high organic pre-treated waste. The low organic one is the current one that they're working on, and they've even got all of the draft language put together, and that'll be hitting the Federal Register here, I think, within the next couple months, maybe.
Okay, and I'm wondering for the essay, if Megan could share that with the board, or I haven't seen that come
Yeah,
through.
I'm sure we can make that available. Yeah.
So that's for the dual path approach.
It's, yeah, well, it's, yes, correct. Yes. It's for the grouting of, the east area to pre-treated liquids,
Okay.
correct?
And then the talk about the dual melter testing, at the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, it was shared by Ricky Bang that there could be substantial modifications made to the facility in order to get the off-gas treatment system working more efficiently and less leakage. I don't understand how you would run only one melter and have the other. I mean, you can't turn off the other melter. So one melter is treating and one is not, but it's running constantly.
Yeah.
How is that? It just doesn't make sense to me why you would do that. I'm sorry, I'm just honest. Honestly, wouldn't you try to fix the facility? Is it fixable?
I don't know. They're working on that, but as of now, there's no light bulb thing that says, here's how we can fix it. So the answer today is no. There is no fix that immediately increases the capacity handling of that air pollution control system. It's a design capacity thing, and unfortunately, they underestimated the amount of in leakage. So they're working to try to find ways to plug the holes to try to keep the air from leaking into the melter chamber that surrounds it. And they've made some progress on doing that. Some may recall that we tried to do dual melter operation last summer. And we were running up against the need to do the permit testing in October that we did. And we couldn't make the dual melter thing run reliably. We couldn't even make it run. And that's when we pleaded with the state to let's put that part of it off and let's just do the single melter. And so we haven't gone back to even revisit what we couldn't even do previously. Are we in a better position to maybe do that now? Probably, because we've done some things, but the point again is that, going to two melters at the same time is probably going to gain at the most 20% throughput capacity. But when they go down, they both go down. There's no feeding happening. When you run one melter with feed and the other one's just in idle mode, you're only 20% less. But when it goes down, you can bring the other one up immediately and start feeding to it because they're on two isolated systems supplying the off-gas train. And that's the benefit of having one in standby mode, because the minute you stop feeding this one, you can start feeding the other one, and then you don't have downtime. That's the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we have Brian.
My questions in general are related to drought, so anyone of you could jump in. Understand that AP farm is the butter or the cream of the crop as far as low activity waste. And it's, in general, as you move west, I think things get hotter. But Stephanie mentioned that starting to grouting of low activity waste in west area. I didn't know there was such a thing as low activity waste in west area. So I'm questioning that. But really, my question in general is, what are your methods to move the waste to a grout facility as far as trucking or what's the plan?
Same way we're doing it with the EMF bottoms right now. So we have a couple of tankers. They're 5,000 gallon tankers, specially designed to handle this kind of material. Currently we're running them to Permafix, who has a permit to do this stuff. So that's what we're doing with EMF. H2C just announced awarding the contract yesterday to Permafix, WCS, and EnviroCare. So we'll get those contracts in place, and we would use that same truck with that same specially designed liquid shipping container, and that's how and it's fully DOT compliant.
Has that been done before anywhere?
Sure, all the time.
The only thing that I would clarify is if the low activity waste from 200 East or 200 West goes to Permafix, and again for 200 West saw the award, announced to Permafix, we would need to do permit modifications for that facility to support that effort.
To increase their throughput capacity.
I believe so. I can't
Yeah,
speak to
because they have a capacity
I'm not
limit right now.
on all of the processes that would have to be updated.
So a grout facility on site or at the tank farms is off the table?
Not off the table, it's just the proposals that came in, none of them appeared more advantageous than the three that were awarded. For whatever reasons, and I don't know the details of that, but they picked the three most advantageous, which is to say best value to the taxpayer. So they didn't close the door. There's still negotiations potentially open with the other bidders that proposed on site. That's all I know.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Alfonso by phone.
Good morning, everyone. Some of my questions have been answered, but one of them was the safety of the transfer of the waste. And through a couple of conversations there, I answered most of the questions I wanted to ask. But one of the ones I got right now, just off the top of my head, was I don't recall any public comment on the NEPA. Was there one?
I guess I don't know. Do you know if we had one or if we even needed it? I don't know that we necessarily give public essays throughout for public comment.
Wait. Why wouldn't you need it?
I don't know that we have a NEPA expert in this room that can answer that question, but we can certainly get an answer back. We'll take that question under advisement and explain what our thought process was on the essay. So, or maybe it is out for public comment right now. I guess I don't know. No, it's not. It's actually just issued. Okay. We'll have to get back to you on the answer for why that's an acceptable process. I'm no expert on NEPA.
Me either. We'll figure it out though.
Okay.
Our last
Yeah,
one queue at the
I
moment
think
is Tom. As a reminder, you can flip your name table tent up or flag me down if you don't happen to have one. If you're on Teams, you can raise your hand. Go ahead, Tom, you're up.
Thanks for the presentations. A lot of good information there. So it sounds to me like we're expecting some public comment periods to start tomorrow for the WEIR, if nothing else. Maybe the NEPA if there needs to be one. There hasn't been any pre-notice anywhere. That'd be good to get out so people know what to expect. If I am hearing you correctly, Stephanie, you said that the throughput for one single melter configuration next year could be 500,000 gallons.
Through the end of this year.
Through the end of
500,000 gallons.
So if the boilerplate for the facility is nominally 2 million gallons a year, who's conducting oversight as to why there's such deficiency in the planning numbers versus the reality? Is that Congress?
Department of Energy.
Okay. That's a, order of magnitude lower. That's scary.
Yeah, it's
And what does that mean for high level?
It's not a good record so far. That's
Okay.
correct. Now, we knew it would be some startup issues,
Yeah.
right? And that's why we had a 3-year startup plan. But I think we would certainly have expected there to be further than 10% of capacity at this point in time.
And then once someone, I have full faith that someone at some time will have that aha moment and figure out how to plug the holes. Because there's a lot of good people working out there to try to figure it out.
Yeah, it's more than the air-in leakage that's causing the problem. So that's just one of many problems they're having operationally.
But my concern is if you're taking feed away from eventually, this is a 40-year mission for this facility of melting. Eventually, you're going to need to feed more material there, and hopefully the throughput gets higher. In 2030, you're going to step away from retrieving tanks in the east and only going to be in the west. What happens when that tank runs dry?
Which tank?
AP 106.
We keep feeding it. We keep running Tisker. We got 20 million gallons.
Well, but you're not going to be doing any retrievals in east anymore as of 2030.
We have 25 double shell tanks that are full of 20 million gallons worth of aqueous liquid.
Okay, so you'll still be running
Oh, absolutely. We're gonna
cross
keep- oh,
tank
yeah.
transfers.
Yeah, we got 20 millions of stuff staged and ready to be run through Tisker.
All
It's
right.
all there in the double shell tank farms waiting to be treated.
Is there a plan to have the cross-site transfer line certified and ready to go just in case you need to pull from west to feed the
We're looking at that. There's a activity that says that is something we will do. We're not sure of the utility of that. We're not sure what state that's in. We haven't really even begun to look at that line, but we're highly skeptical that thing could be made functional. But it's something we're required to look at and something we are looking at.
Thanks. And I appreciate your focus on cleanup of non-tank stuff too. That was nice.
There's a lot of stuff
That was
out there.
refreshing.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there to do, that's for sure. It's not all about the tanks.
And we're back to Mia.
I have a question about expansion factors, because we've been hearing a lot of numbers in terms of how much volume increase once you grout this waste. The numbers that were used, I think, in the essay for 200 West was like 1.5 to 1.8. There's also, at a recent public meeting, Matt Irwin said 3 times the expansion factor. I think GAO has said 3 to 5 times. So that's a big, when you're talking about, grouting this waste, shipping it off site, that those numbers really matter. And I'm curious where you are in that. I mean, what is the expansion factor?
I can tell you from experience, the EMF bottoms expansion factor is in that 1.5 to 1.8 range. So there's lots of different means of grouting, believe it or not. Grouting is a common term that covers essentially a broad range of stabilization treatment technology, treatment types, various chemicals, various materials. There's polymer solidification, there's concrete solidification, there's all different kinds with fly ash, and all of those, tailor the treatment mix to what exactly it is you have in the material you're trying to treat. And sometimes you have to add more stuff, sometimes you have to create larger types of, waste products. So you could, in some instances, push that, 3 times. I don't ever see anything taken 5 times. But for what we have, it should be in that 1.5 to 1.8 range, because that's what, for the chemical nature and the physical and the hazards that are in the waste we have. We've been studying this for years at PNNL. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not. We've been paying PNNL scientists for decades, developing various means of routing the different types of chemical and radiological waste at the site. There's an incredible amount of science that's been going on this for years now. And so we have all these different recipes that we use, just depending on what the waste formulation is. And we provide those to Permafix, and they go get whatever the right materials are. And they work directly with PNNL as well. So anyway, that's a long answer to your question, but hopefully that makes sense, is that everything gets kind of tailored, so.
But doesn't it make a difference, since the EMF bottoms are just an effluent that has already gone through the vitrification process? That feels very different than taking liquid tank waste that's only been passed through Tisker and sending it to be grouted.
It is chemically different, correct?
Yeah.
But so we have a different stabilization means, but I also, again, expect that to be in that same 1.5 to 1.8 expansion factor rate. Okay. And we have actually done samples of grouting AP 106 materials in PNNL.
Are you talking about the test bed?
No, I'm talking about grouting AP 106 waste, pre-treated waste at PNNL.
But in small
In a
quantities?
small quantity, correct, yeah, it's just in a hood, just to develop the recipe formulation. installation, do the testing, and prove that it can be done safely and effectively. By the way, Savannah River's been doing this for years, and they've grouted 7 million gallons of exactly identically the kind of stuff we're doing. And they actually dispose of it on site at Savannah River. Actually, West Valley was the forerunner of this. I don't remember how many millions of gallons they did, but I was actually there and I saw the field of 71 gallon drums they created, and they wound up disposing of all that stuff at the Nevada test site. So this is how, so the West Valley demonstration project in New York was meant to be the demonstration of how to handle high-level tank waste. And they did it by grouting the supernatant, taking the cesium out of the supernatant, grouting the supernatant, and vitrifying everything else that's left. Savannah River said, yeah, that's great. Let's go grout the supernatant, and then we'll go vitrify everything that's left. Here, we're vitrifying the whole thing. We left the plan for some reason here.
As a quick reminder, this Q&As for current HAB members today. However, we have public comment at 9:30. Our next one in HAB Q is Tom.
So with the announcement of the grouting contract being awarded, that's good news, but it still leaves some uncertainty. Do you have, there's Permafix Northwest, and then you also have the facility, so that leaves open the door for shipping liquid to those two places. I know you don't have a crystal ball. If you had your preference, is there a ratio of how much would be grouted locally versus at the disposal facility, or is that not, that's the contractor's call, not yours? How does that work?
It is the contractor's call and not ours, absolutely so. There are different rates that are being charged for the different service providers, and so there's a total cost consideration that goes into each of those things. But then there's also factors like capacity. How much can a facility actually take and handle safely, and is that enough? Do we need two outlets or even 3 outlets to handle the volume that gets produced? And so, those are the factors. Plus, even though it may be more expensive to treat it on site at Permafix and then have a volume increase, so that increases, somewhat the shipping cost. But does that outweigh, the public perception cost, if you will, right? Is the view worth the climb for doing something like that? And that'll just be something we'll have to evaluate as things go. If we did go that way, we'd obviously make a huge effort to, communicate on the public transportation routes, what's happening, what it is, and what the contingencies are, and, just try to, make sure that everybody really truly understands what we're talking about and why it's okay, why it's not something to be feared. But, all of that'll just have to, we're talking about, with regard to West area, we're minimum 3 years away from that, right? So, East area, hopefully we're not that far away, so.
Thanks.
I'm gonna check for questions. We have Mia in line, and if you're on the phone, you'll just have to speak up and let us know you have another one. Mia, you're next.
Laura, I have a question for you. The True Waste Roadshow came through this week, and we heard that EPA needs to do an inspection before they get certified. I'm curious what that process is, and they talked about a comment period. I'm curious what that, if you know what that looks like.
I personally don't, because that is under a different program within EPA. I don't know, Stephanie, if you followed any of that within the state. I wasn't sure. I can get back to you on that. That is definitely and I apologize. We've basically kind of had if it's circular, we have time to look at it right now, and I haven't been able to follow some of the bigger stuff.
So Energy Ecology, so EPA will conduct that review as well of the certification program, the non-destructive assay and examination equipment, all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with the public comment period you mentioned, though.
I know Scott Green mentioned it and I should have asked in his opening remarks, so.
I'll message him and see if we can get more info from him.
Okay, thank you.
He's down in Pendleton for the roadshow today, but we'll get a hold of him.
Thank you. Thanks, Eddie.
Call for have questions. Stop for public comment at 9:30. All right, looks like everyone's satisfied. We have 25 minutes till public comment. How would we like to occupy those?
Well, I have more to say if we're ready to move on to something else.
Okay.
So I guess I have an announcement to make for those of you that are departing the board, as we heard this morning. This doesn't probably interest you at all or anything, but I should say, the Department of Energy, EM, has issued a new charter to the EMSSAB in March. And they are working to get a similar alignment of SSABs across the entire DOE complex. And they're also looking to pull into better alignment with the FOC regulation that governs this kind of organization. And so to that line, we are pursuing a new alignment of the HAB starting in October. We have basically submitted, we've taken all the applications that were collected here over I guess it was in the late winter, early springtime, and submitted those up. And there has been a selection of 25 names that has been advanced to the White House now for consideration. We anticipate to impanel a 20-person advisory board starting in October. And the focus of the advisory board is going to be essentially more directed at community involvement and people that are more regionally affected and interested in the goings on at Hanford. There will be no slotted spots for any particular organization or agency. It's just going to be all at large, 20 seats at large. And so we are waiting to hear what those will be. Some of the folks in this room, I believe, maybe are part of that consideration. I'm not at liberty to say any of the names. Actually, I don't even know any of the names myself. But we will be able to make that public when we get the approved list from the White House that says these are the folks that we're going to impanel into a new HAB starting in October of this next year. So for those of you that won't be here, I know, like you said, this is the last meeting today, and thanks for all you've done. I think have you done after these? You were done, right?
October 1st is
October 1st, right? So yeah.
End of the fiscal year.
Yeah, end of the fiscal year. So, and I know you're not done, but yeah, thank you and thank everybody that's been involved for what you've done for Hanford and the time you've put in, and we appreciate it and look forward to big things in the future at Hanford, big changes. So. I just want to make one comment. Nobody commented on the whole idea about all the work that maybe can get funded and what that means. Think about 50 years from now, and we're worried about tanks failing now. What do you think they're going to look like in 50 years when we haven't taken that tree?
That actually was going to be my third question.
Okay, so we have
What is the response? What kind of response are you getting from DOE headquarters to the various slides that you showed saying it's going to take a really long time given current fundings? I mean, there has to be some feedback that you're getting from DOE headquarters.
We got to figure out a better way. Absolutely. That's what my charge is. Go figure out a better way. This is not a sustainable path we're on. It's a mandated path, but it's not a sustainable path.
our reopening queue. We're going to lead off with Rose and then go to Tom. Rose, you're up. You're still muted, Rose.
Oh, am I off now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Ray, some serious concerns and questions about what you just said with regards to the board. And I guess I want to know a little more detail about how tribal participation will fit into that. You know, we are not the public at large, so to speak. And we've always had a seat at the table for this board. And I have concerns. So am I understanding you that there will only now be 20 seats at the HAB? And you're not even sure how those seats will be selected? Did I hear you right?
That is correct. We will have a board that has 20 members on it, and that is absolutely consistent with the other 15 boards across the DOE-EM complex. If you'll look at the EMSSAB charter, you will see that they've approved for 160 members for the 16 SSABs. And so we've been allotted by that charter 20 seats. Now, those seats are, when I say, public at large, I mean, tribal representatives are public at large. They can, put in an application to be part of that HAB. So that's one option. And the second option is that we are absolutely would consider having a liaison relationship with the tribe that would be, invited to participate, not as a board member, but as a liaison to the board. And then there's, of course, always, the public is always willing to attend. There's always, welcome to attend these meetings as well and to be able to comment. So there's a number of ways, for tribal members to continue to participate in the HAB.
So what you're telling me is that we're going to have to apply to have a seat on this board. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And what is, I'm stunned by this, to be very, very honest with you, because I really am. So what is the process then for the tribe to apply to have a seat? What is that process? What is the timeline on it? What paperwork needs to be sent in, I guess? Because we've already sent in paperwork. We are a member of this board. And what I'm hearing you say is come October 1st, all bets off. No, you're not, unless you've reapplied.
Can you address that?
Yeah, I can. So, Rose, this is Megan. So people that were in the past packet, the 25 names that were sent up to headquarters were from that packet. I don't have the list in front of me, but it'll just work how it's worked in all years in the past as far as members of the public applying. So Marianne has been great at that. It's going to be the exact same process that it has been, where it'll probably start, I believe we start winter time-ish. So we'll do it again here in a couple months, where we'll start reaching out for applicants, and then we'll submit that packet up. But as Ray mentioned earlier, Rose, we are 100% planning on having liaisons to the board and tribal parties.
What does that mean? What does that mean, a liaison to the board? I'm sorry. I feel like this has just hit me like a ton of bricks, to be honest with you. And what does that mean? You're no longer a voting member, but you're a liaison?
Correct. So it's just how all the other EMSSAB boards do it. So we've also extended the same thing to ecology and EPA. So it's essentially, they are still able to give input and provide perspective on topics that come up. They just won't be voting members of advice that passes.
I see Lorraine's hands up, so I'll defer to the primary member.
So we're gonna continue the queue then. We'll have Tom, Mia, Lorraine, Richard, and reminder, we have a stop at 9:30 for public comment. Tom, you're up.
So before I talk to this fundamental change to the board, I will mention that it's been a persistent comment on the life cycle scope, cost, and schedule reports to have a flat funding scenario. So you can look at what is the more realistic. Nobody ever expected the life cycle budget to be met, right? No one expected we were going to jump up to $6 billion this year and 14 in 5 years. We all know that 2080 is not reasonable given the financial situation of the world. But a flat funding model could allow priorities to be established to pull that risk reduction forward instead of arbitrarily trying to hit a number that no one can get. So that's something that DOE can do, is have a realistic life cycle estimate So we're all looking at real numbers or realer numbers than that. So I wanted to say that's been in our comments every time there's been a life cycle report for the past 9-10 years. The HAB is an entity that was created by the tri-party agencies. It consolidated a Washington State Governor's Board, which is a requirement, I think, in Washington. I'm not a Washington legislator or an expert in that, but there's some requirements there. So I'm interested to hear how that fits and how that fits with the tri-party agreement public involvement plan. I also, I'm sort of still, that was a bit shocking. I'm not a big fan of surprises or change because, it feels like the new EMSSAB board for Hanford is not the Hanford Advisory Board. It needs a rebrand. It needs a new name. Otherwise, the historic record is tarnished on what the board has accomplished in the 35 years, 36 years that it existed as a board of interests. There was a lot of work figuring out how to make it more efficient for DOE to communicate to those interests instead of having to do 37 different one-on-one meetings to have all of those interests agree on advice to give one message of priorities, of concepts. So I just feel like it is not going to be the HAB. It's going to be something different. And that's not an awful thing. I will miss the HAB as it exists, but we should not call the new thing the HAB.
Comment noted. Take it under advisement.
Have Mia, Lorraine, and Richard. You're up, Mia.
I just want to check my understanding. So the whole board submitted their membership packets, right? What DOE has done is pull 25 names, look at all of those packets as individual people, and then follow the charter and submit 25 names, not based on interest, based on individual, to the White House. And that's what's going through the process right now. So it's not just like public at large seats
everyone will represent public at large
Correct.
instead of representing certain different entities.
I understand that, but in order to get those 25 names, you needed to pull from other seats, I'm assuming as well.
Yes.
And then I'm curious if EPA and ecology were involved in these changes.
They were not. There have been discussions to see if they wanted to be involved in that, and we didn't get there. So
I can clarify a little bit though, Ray. So they were involved when we went through membership packet at the start. So remember we had submitted that original packet with a larger group. Ryan, Roberto, and I all sat down and we went through and approved all of the names. So the 25 were pulled out of what was already approved.
They're always involved in that process.
So let me make one thing.
Correct.
To help
I just
it.
want, like when Ray said no, I just wanted to make sure you didn't think that we had done everything without conversations. Conversations have been had.
One quick clarity to the clarity. So like Megan said, we were obviously involved in the early packet for back when the HAB was kind of operating as it was. We have not been involved in any of the conversations about like selecting the 20 to 25 people, any of those conversations. That's been Energy's prerogative.
Thanks for that distinction.
Was it local or headquarters to pick the 25?
Except we have Lorraine online.
Good morning, thank you. My first question is who at headquarters is making the decision? And my second question is, in making these selections, I know that we had the Yakima Nation has had a conversation or made comments about the fact that the municipalities were treated in a different manner or accepted on the board, that, you know, they were not going to be, I guess, run through the process as far as, you know, making the selection, that they were an automatic part of the board. And the accommodation made exception to that in the past because of the fact that we are the accommodation, and we have a valid interest in the area because it is our Yakama Nation ceded territory. And I had made the comment that I don't feel that any of the tribes should have to go through this type of a process. We should be automatically included as the municipalities are. So I would like to know who the contact people are. And because I don't think my message from this level has probably been relayed. It's been a few years back that we made these comments, but I want to make sure that I'm communicating with the right people on behalf of the Yakama Nation, because it's vital that we be a participant in our ceded territories.
So I can clarify really quick, Lorraine. So when you say the municipalities didn't have to go through the same thing, unless I am completely out of the loop, every single person had to go through the exact same process for the seed. They weren't, just as we had to submit the packet for the tribal nations, we also had to submit the packet for the municipalities. For the cities.
But to answer your larger question, the actual owner of the EMSSAB is EM1, the deputy or the assistant secretary for environmental management. So he is ultimately the person that owns approval of this, of how the HAB is structured.
And what
There
is his
is
name?
Tim Walsh.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. He's in Washington, D.C. Now there is the what is it, the FDO, or what is it called? The
Kelly Snyder.
yeah, Kelly Snyder is who his designated person is to operate the EMSSAB network, I guess. And so Kelly Snyder is kind of who you would probably talk to get interface with Tim, I suppose. And then, of course, Megan is the DDFO, the deputy. What does DFO stand for again?
Designated federal
Designated federal officer. Okay.
So next
Thank
up we
you.
have Richard and Tom, and our 7 minutes till public comment.
Well, my question is clarification. So come October, there'll be, you anticipate 20 names to be, and that's going to be the HAB.
Correct.
So that's, when will they be notified?
As soon as we get approval from the White House liaison in that whole process, then letters will go out just like they always do, and we'll be notified.
And
Unfortunately, that's, like you can imagine, so far out of our control.
why?
So
The
White House.
So the other question goes down to is in the DOE charter for these groups, are we going to maintain the 2-year cycle? I mean, how are we going to, I mean, you now 20 people, everybody's going to have to redo every 2 years, or?
No, so we're looking at, yeah, so I mean, that's just part of the back end logistics of everything, right? So we'll still have 6-year term limits. Kelly and I are kind of working to figure out what that looks like. Like, do we just appoint some members for 1 year so that we kind of get people on alternating years? And then we'll just see how it goes. Because depending on who gets selected out of the packet, if some of you are already current members now that have already served 2 years, then it would just naturally roll out that they'd have 4 years left, not 6. I think naturally it'll just work out, but we have ways that we can kind of make it not such a burden moving forward. However, that said, we're already going to be cutting down that burden in the membership packet by going to 20 members instead of 70 with alternates. So either way will make it work, but we've thought about that as we move forward.
Next up, we have Tom.
I have a quick question about paperwork, because the operating ground rules say that there can be a change if the operating ground rules are in conflict with the EMSSAB charter, then the EMSSAB charter would prevail. It doesn't necessarily give any individual the ability to completely change the board without the board's input. So that's something I'm interested in hearing more about now. We only have a little bit of time. Also, the memorandum of understanding among the tri-party agreements is the document that establishes that this is a board of interests and individuals. And I'm wondering what authority is being used to get rid of these two documents. The operating ground rule was signed by the DFO. Obviously, it was a while back, but just trying to figure out where the authority is here. Is there any chance for dialogue, or is it a decided, announced, and defended?
It's decided, announced, and defended.
Tri-party agreement agencies, the MOU, is it dead?
They will be receiving a letter today indicating the Department of Energy's notification to terminate, clause of termination.
Just say it's, Tom, you mentioned something that you thought was out there about the governor's board and a requirement for a board. If you have more information you want to share with our agency on.
Way before my time, but
Okay.
that's, yeah.
We do not see any regulatory requirement out there that would prevent us from allowing DOE to make these changes. It is a discretionary advisory committee that, as Ray said, is reporting to DOE under the Federal Advisory Committee Act. So our ability to act is very limited.
I want to add on a few things. Mia, kind of to your question, we had a little bit of a heads up that DOE was looking at these changes. So I don't want you to think that we're sitting here the first time hearing about this. Some of this information is new as of today about getting a letter and the 25 people and things like that. I will say, we have public involvement requirements under Superfund and under permits and everything, and that does not change our obligation for public involvement. But we do recognize, as some of you have discussed, that the HAB has been the way that we ensure that we get all of the different entities that sit on the HAB in one place and get our message out in that one place. And we recognize that the changes to the HAB, we will no longer see that, okay, at the HAB, we know we can hit Oregon and the tribes and the cities and the interest groups and everybody all of us. And that may end up being, we will be looking into that and considering that as we roll out different public involvement.
And they're all free to still attend meetings. I mean, they'll still be open to the public. And if the idea is communication to agencies, then that's certainly, it still serve that function. It's about more than just communication.
And last bit is a request, Megan, can you notify as a courtesy the people who were not submitted in the packet? Why not?
We don't ever do that.
You do, if I submitted something to you, it's a courtesy to say, I'm not moving forward.
Correct. I don't think we've ever been allowed to do that though, right?
That's because this has never happened before.
There's always people that apply that don't get submitted in the packet and they don't get notified until we know every single year. Yeah. So we don't have privy to talk about who's in the packet.
What about 20 get rejected and then we got to go 20 more deep, right? So, until it's over, we're not going to decide.
I guess that can make sense.
Yeah. Once we know, you guys will know. It's not like we're going to hold the info. It's just we don't know who's going to be accepted and not. And we do have public comment, but there's nothing saying that we can't talk about this as soon as public comment's over. We just have to break because it's in that.
The other thing is, this is not an intent to eliminate ecology and EPA from the discussions of the HAB. In fact, they will be offered liaison memberships to the HAB as well as the tribal nations. And potentially other organizations that might request to be a liaison, we would consider that. But I don't see it functionally changing anything in the way the HAB operates. I think we will still hear from the agencies and from the department, and we will have 20 people, and then we'll have whoever else decides they want to attend. So I don't know that it's going to change a whole lot.
Just to make it clear, as Ray was talking about liaison roles, just so you can clarify, that means that college and EPA aren't going to receive advice anymore. It's just going to go to.
That's correct.
Okay, so we are solidly at 9:30. As Megan said, we can loop back around as time follows that to hear from Amber and Rose. It's my understanding we have people signed up in the room. How many do we have, Laura?
I think we have 3.
3? Okay, and what do those consist of?
I'll go get the list.
I think Rob is one of them.
Do you want, it's over here, Rob, if you want to stand up.
Oh, yes, and please, provide your public comment. You can step up to the podium. See, I think you'll have 3 minutes each because I see 2 folks online as well that'd also like to give public comment.
Sorry, new procedures. I have a number of comments here, but some of the beginning ones is that, Ray, when we start talking about the LAW and the end leakage and that, I know that I'm a scientist, engineer, worked on those projects. Some of the things that really come up is the jack bolts, for end leakage on the melters. We always knew that they would be an issue. And so you may want to comment a little bit about how we're tightening up on the jack bolts to the end leakage. The second thing is that I'm really glad to hear that you're putting a lot more doubt in the cross-site transfer system being able to activate rather than and recognizing the fact that it won't meet the present codes in the state of Washington in order to use the existing piping. So that's going to be a big issue. The other thing is that one of the problems that we had building pre-treat, HLW, and LAW was the solids, the erosion, corrosion. The issues that we have when we are pumping out tanks, we're getting a lot of solids. The solids are coming out on the filters of the Tisker or whatever. And how do we propose to deal with those solids from the standpoint of making uniform glass or opposite that would be making grout. And the fact that you have all these constituents of concern that we talk about for the leaching of the grout and the long-term stability of the grout. And it seems like nobody's talking about constituents of concern that we have from cesium, plutonium, et cetera, that's within the stuff that's left over from the Tisker process. How do we plan to deal with those? Because they're going to end up, those solids are a big deal that we had to work with in order to get the jet pump mixers, or as in DWPF, the pulse jet mixers. They use some of the same technology, different chemistries, but I just see the solids as being a real problem in the future. Pumping out the liquid's easy, but the solids on the bottoms and that. And then the third thing is as you pointed out, those tanks are not going to last clear to 2080 or 2180. That we, building 1 or 2 tanks now isn't really going to have an answer to it. And so I'm just looking at that as being a big hiccup. So of those issues, I'm really interested in, a little bit of the technology, how we're justifying having all the solids and what are we doing about the erosion, corrosion, and how are we pumping them around? And is everything, not by regular piping that's done by hose and hose transfers and things of that sort. So I think the technology is there and there's the talent out there to do this, but I'm just not hearing it. I'm not, nobody's talking about the constituents of concern anymore. And we spent gazillions of dollars looking at those, looking at the leach rates, and just accepting the fact that the DOE standards are 10% of the, of what the limit is. So anyway, just some of the comments and observations that I've made. And thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And next up, we'll have Bob Quirk. Step at the podium. We'll follow with Jerry Follett, Dan Solis, and Anthony Smith. And to make sure we can hear you well, please be close to the microphone. There's a little diagram on the podium.
Okay, my name is Bob Quirk, member of the public. I had two questions. I think the discussions on the revamping of the HAB. So is it 20 or 25 members? Is it 25 may go to 20? 20 members, okay. So I think that's answered that one right now. What's going on there? And the second one is dealing with the law capabilities. You know, this facility was designed by Bechtel initially to have 3 melters. A long time ago, that was changed to 2 melters. And now basically we've got 1.2 melters. What are the consequences? I know you acknowledge that it's the Department of Energy's responsibility, but what are the consequences to Bechtel, which has been receiving a lot of money for the past 20 plus years, if they don't meet the 2 melter capacity?
They're on a cost reimbursable contract basis. Best effort, cost reimbursable contract. That's $25 billion in 30 years.
So there's no real consequence to them for not meeting their contract, or what was designed, supposedly.
There's no consequence to that.
Sounds like a pretty poor contract. That's it.
Next up, we have Jerry Follett. Reminder, public comment is supposed to be a comment in one direction. Department of Energy or other tri-fair agencies can choose to answer, but they're not obligated to.
Okay, gotcha.
Ready? I'm Jerry Paulette, Executive Director of Heart of America Northwest. I just want to say this outrage, unilaterally removing what has been the model of public involvement, the Hanford Advisory Board, agreed to as a regulatory decision, will not stand. Mr. Gamer, you don't know me from a hole in the wall, but you're going to know a lot more about me. And Stephanie and Laura, as you know, this board was created as a regulatory matter. Ms. Tom Cecilia has said, there's a memorandum of understanding. If the U.S. Department of Energy has decided to unilaterally rip that apart, rip it up, and in doing so, I just want to say, incredibly, Mr. Gamer, insult the whole concept of tribal sovereignty when you say tribes are public at large. That is an outrageous and really horrific statement by you. And you really should apologize for it. They are sovereign nations. They are not public at large. But going to the issue of the Hanford Advisory Board, the tri-party agreement has a public involvement plan that's required under CERCLA and under state law. That agreement says there has to be an advisory board. There's a memorandum of understanding. The bottom line here is this. If USDOE wants to rip it apart and rip out any regional input and a meaningful role for the sovereign nations and for labor and for environmental groups and all the other people and persons affected by the cleanup of Hanford or the failure to clean up Hanford, then the state of Washington has full authority to create a board that is broad and representative. You should work with the state of Oregon and the tribes to do it. You have authority under the Federal Facilities Compliance Act to charge the Energy Department the full costs of any public involvement relating to your RCRA role. When the first board, which Tom Cecilia mentioned, the Washington State Nuclear Waste Advisory Council, was disestablished in favor of the Hanford Advisory Board, this was fully discussed. And the state has retreated and retreated and retreated. It's time to stop retreating. It's time to take a stand for meaningful public involvement and engagement. It is time for the state of Washington to step up and say, if the Energy Department wants to unilaterally remove and choose who is on a board and remove all interests that are not, quote, local, and ignoring the fact that this facility affects everyone in the Pacific Northwest, is the most dangerous industrial facility in the Western Hemisphere. It is the most contaminated facility in the Western Hemisphere. Contamination, as we speak, is leaking into our Columbia River at about 2,000 times the drinking water standard. The 324 building has no fire suppression system. Tanks are leaking. And it's important for the state of Washington to have advice and input on how to regulate Hanford, create a Hanford Advisory Board for the state of Washington Department of Ecology that is broad-based, work with the tribes, work with the public interest groups, work with labor, work with local governments. But you need to create a board and you need to stand up to the Energy Department and say, you can't just rip this up. There are legal requirements to have a board. Lastly, let me just say what I was originally going to speak about is this. If the Energy Department does not formally commit to not shipping liquid waste through Spokane, Oregon, and the reservation of the C2IR, Ecology has a legal obligation to do an environmental impact statement on your permits. Mr. Gamer, you can say that the permit is just a tiny little pipe change, but SEPA requires consideration of the full impacts and reasonable alternatives and all the related programmatic decisions. So it is not just a little pipe, but it is a decision whether or not you're shipping liquid waste. If liquid waste is being shipped through Spokane or Oregon and the C2IR reservation, or is even being contemplated, that will not stand without an EIS. The state of Washington cannot permit it without an EIS, and there will be legal action, most assuredly, if there is not an EIS. Thank you.
I would just like to make one comment to the folks online that represent any of the tribal nations. If I have made a comment that has offended for some reason, it's not my intention. As I've said, I've been doing this job for 10 months now, and this is the first time I've been involved in tribal affairs, so I'm still learning certain things. But I will also say that I have been to visit all of the tribal nations, and I have committed at every one of them that I will be available for government-to-government consultation on any matter they wish to discuss at any time. So there's no attempt of the department to divorce ourselves from input from tribal nations. If you all have, if whoever's online, I'm not sure who all is online. I know, of course, Rose and Lorraine are, but yeah, I'm willing to come talk to you anytime you want.
Ray, you didn't make a comment that they're public. You made a comment that anyone's allowed to apply as members of the public.
Okay, I don't know what I
think
said,
it was
but if it was
misunderstood.
apparently, okay.
It wasn't. I think it was just misunderstood, but.
We have two more members of the public online who'd like to comment. Those are Dan Saltz and Anthony Smith. Dan, you're up.
Okay, thanks. I just got myself unmuted. It's a two-step process for anybody who wants to try it in the future. Good morning. I guess I'm taken aback by these recent changes to the board. I have a great deal of doubts about the success of that, but that's not the purpose of my public comment this morning. I been following the news about the changes in the future of what are now orphan waste, high-level orphan waste on this site and other sites, and that there is some movement afoot. The Yucca Mountain is being taken off the table by Congress. Hopefully that'll be success, and they'll be able to move forward. And budgets are tight, so I would like to revive my memory of the Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future, in which they said the Yucca Mountain was going to be taken, the legacy waste was going to take up 17% of Yucca Mountain, and the DOE was going to fund 33% of Yucca Mountain. I'd like to see that equity further shifted over to the users of the future deep geologic repositories, so that the legacy sites are not paying more than the spent fuel sites, the spent commercial fuel sites. And I would request that sometime in the not too distant future that DOE give a presentation on where they're at, where they're intended heading, and how that goes for taking care of what are now a growing pile of orphan waste. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anthony Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Hearing the news from Mr. Geimer this morning is a little alarming of a board being created, a new board being created. And I say this in response to our participation as an Nez Perce tribe. We have been participating in the HAB for a number of years. This past year, because of all the nuances with the government shutdown and stuff like that, our applications were submitted on timely basis. And then on January, I believe, 20th, we got a notice saying that we were not approved to be on the board. And we tried to reconcile whatever that was, and it didn't work. So we are not actively on the board right now. With this new board being created and names and applications being submitted already to the White House, this is concerning, at least for us, to understand what that would, how our representation would be addressed in these conversations moving forward. Notably, that we would like any advance notification to be, included back on the board, not as an advisory or a liaison, but actually acting member.
Any comments? All right, I think that concludes public comment. Are we still up for rounding back to the questions before? Okay, doing a break adjustment. Amber, you're back up for TPF-based questions.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Wow. This is like a bombshell this morning. I'm very disappointed in this unilateral approach to changing the board by the Department of Energy. And I want to echo what Tom and what Jerry, what they were both saying about that there is an agreement with the state when this board was formed. And it is a tri-party, at least from my perspective. This board acts to give advice to all three parties. And so I disagree with what Ecology is saying, that they have no say over the change. And if that's the case, then Ecology should be like Oregon forming its own board to give to allow for stakeholders to give input into the Hanford cleanup. So I just want to get on the record saying, asking Ecology, is Ecology going to be considering doing that?
Thanks, Amber. So this is Stephanie Schleif with Ecology. We are evaluating options for doing a state-run volunteer board and seeing if that's something that we can stand up. I'll also say appreciated the feedback on folks that have been around, longer than I myself have been, or Ryan. And if there are regulatory requirements that you are aware of out there, I heard Federal Facilities Compliance Act, maybe something out there, Tom, that you might know of. No. Okay. Well, if you are aware of any other requirements that the state has to run a separate board, we welcome that feedback so we can take that into account as we assess our options. I will make it clear that we do disagree with the changes Department of Energy is making to the board.
Well, I'm sure Heart of America Northwest will follow up with that information, but thank you.
And we're going to round this out with Rose Ferry. Last words.
Oh, don't put it that way. Okay. First of all, I do want to make it clear that when I spoke before, I did specifically state that tribes are not, our sovereign nations should not be considered the general public. And there was pushback on that statement saying, no, you would be able to be evaluated to be part of this board as just the public. So, and I'm sure the recordings will clarify that in fact was said. Ray, I appreciate your clarification that is not what you meant to say. I have to say this, I'm very glad that if there's something like that was said, it was said here instead of in tribal council chambers, because that type of sentiment and that type of comment would not have gone over well within Yakama Nation tribal chambers. I will tell you that. So please keep that in mind in further dealings with Yakama Nation. We are a sovereign, and we have a government-to-government relationship by the Treaty of 1855 and need to be treated as such. So I first of all wanted to say that. Second of all, I definitely want to echo what else has been said. Understanding the unilateral decision DOE is making to completely just tear up an agreement that was in place with a board that's, played a role. I have a concern that 20 people are being selected by I don't know what criteria. I look around the room from my computer and I see people that have an expertise to be on this board, to provide meaningful comments, to be able to understand the science, and to be able to provide meaningful comments to what they are seeing is happening. And I see that this is an attempt to get rid of that, basically, and to not have the level of expertise that we currently have on this board, that have functioning subcommittees that dive into what's really going on at Hanford. What is happening with the cleanup? What is happening with, the permits and the 324 building and all of the things that are going on. And there's people in that room and online that have expertise to make meaningful comments. And the tribes have a right to be able to put in meaningful comments as to how these actions and how the comments that this board is making is in compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act, for one example, as well as being able to make comments on how our resources are being impacted by the decision making that's going on. And to strip that away is not going to go over very well. Stephanie, we would support a separate board. I think it's been stated here that you guys have the means to do that. And if DOE is going to act in a unilateral fashion, we still want to be able to have a voice on a board as a sovereign nation, as we should always have. And anyway, that's pretty much what I wanted. If I'm going to have a last word, there's the last word, is that we do need to look at being able to have a voice and to be able to have the expertise that is needed for this board. You cannot just bring people in that don't really have an understanding. You have people who have a history of being on the board that still come as public at large and still put in comments, but you have that expertise that is on this board that we absolutely cannot lose. And I guess my question is, what criteria is going to be used to select those 20 members? What qualifications are going to be needed to be an active member of this board, to be able to put in meaningful comments to what DOE is doing out there?
Like the last word to take the pressure off.
Ruth had a question.
Yeah, qualifications are just gonna line up as far as membership packets go. Rose, EM put out a new charter. They're also putting out, I don't think it's finalized yet, so once it's finalized, that'll give more guidance, but we have the EMSSAB operational framework that should be final any day, and that'll have more guidelines on what the criteria are. This first packet, we just wanted to ensure that we're gonna have members come October, and with all these changes in place, you guys know how long membership packets take. It would have been wild to wait until August 12th to do that. So this year's a little bit different, where we went through the packet and grabbed, 25 members of the public, knowing full well that some of the applicants might get approved, denied, however that works.
So I guess I have a follow-up question. I'm sorry. When will you know what criteria will be used to select those 20 people? And when will you get that information to me? Because quite frankly, I want to see where the holes are. I can't hear you. Are you on? Are you guys on mute?
Everyone is showing as muted.
So I didn't hear what was said. Could you repeat that?
Can you still hear? Or can you hear now?
Okay, we're good.
Yes, I can hear now.
Perfect. Sorry, I'll repeat that. That would explain why you asked the question again. So DOE EM has the EMSSAB operational framework. It's in draft form right now. It should be coming out. You know how approvals and all of that work. So as soon as that comes out, that'll have more guidance. For the packet this year, we did not want to wait until August to submit members. So that's why we put more than the 20-person member in there, so that hopefully we'll have a larger number of applicants or people to choose from when it comes back. So once that groundwork framework comes out, next year's membership packet will be even easier. I believe we're aiming for October for the framework to be finalized. But obviously that's too late for this year, but then we'll have more guidance for next year as well. We just wanted to ensure we at least had members for this next fiscal year.
So that didn't answer my question. How are those 20 people being selected?
It's going to be in the framework. So for this year.
But the framework's not coming out till October, you said.
So next year, we will have the framework for more guidance. This year, we just went through the members that we had and grabbed 20 names of people that represent the community and put them in.
Based on their qualifications and experience and.
Correct. We had everyone's resume, but there wasn't a specific guideline. We just had to go through and make sure that the community was represented.
What community?
The Hanford community, our local Hanford community.
All right. I'm over it. So I guess, thank you.
I will offer one closing thought. I apologize that this is a shock. We've been, of course, internally talking about this for months on how is best way, and there's no good way to make this change, that it's not going to be a shock. The folks on either side of me have known for a while that the department has been interested in this change. And so it's not a shock to them, although maybe portions of it are a shock. But there's no good way other than to just lay it out there. If we'd have done this somehow by sending out an email, then we would have had no discussion, and we would have had flying emails around and nobody knowing anything about what's going on and 100 questions. And the only way to really do this was to do this in this forum. And I apologize that it's a shock to folks, but if you think about it, you'll realize that this was really the only way to announce this news. So I look forward to those of you that we will be going forward with on a new board. I look forward to the participation of anybody that's in this room that wants to continue to participate, as part of the public as the HAB goes forward. Thank you. Thank you all again for your service.
So we're on the other end of our scheduled break. Do we think we need an adjustment?
Yeah, can we take a 10-minute break, please?
Second for our presenter? 10 minutes? Okay, we'll return at 10:10. Bathrooms, you gotta navigate around the hallway bend.
Josh, is the room muted?
No, not yet. The green lights are the mute.
All right, good morning, everyone. I was asked to unmute, drain the energy, and project a little bit, so I'll do my best. Today, I'll be providing an update really on the 200 East area operations, but also with part of that update for how we're doing with the tank waste operations in the 200 East area. I'll also weave into that an explanation of what the dual path approach is. For those that have not heard, we did transmit two ecology permit modifications regarding a dual path approach for treatment, solidification, disposal from the 200 East area. So I'll also explain in a little bit more detail about what the approach is and what the benefits would be. Again, my name is Ricky Bang. I'm with the U.S. Department of Energy. I am the Deputy Assistant Manager for Tank Waste Operations at the Hanford site. Next slide. So again, today I'll provide an update on how we're doing with retrievals, treatment, with evaporator operations, and with WTP operations. And just to provide a bit of a background about what tank waste operations is in 200 East area. This is a simplified graphic of the 200 East area operations. In our single shell and double shell tanks, we have 56 million gallons of tank waste stored. And this morning, I will provide a lot of numbers, a lot of details and information. It may help to jot some notes down about the various numbers that I'll provide today. I'm happy to answer questions and explain the basis and rationale for a lot of the numbers that I'll provide. So again, 56 million gallons of tank waste is currently stored in single shell tanks and double shell tanks. One of our current mission activities is to retrieve tank waste from single shell tanks into double shell tanks. When we retrieve that tank waste, a lot of that sludge and salt cake results in a slurry that's going to be a higher volume. So for the salt cake and supernate that we end up retrieving, with the sludge that we end up mobilizing, when we retrieve that 56 million gallons, it results in about 125 million gallons of liquid tank waste that have to go into the double shell tanks. And in the 200 East area, we have 28 million gallons of double shell tank space capacity. So when we retrieve single shell tanks, we only have 28 million gallons of space and 125 million gallons of liquid waste to then store. One of the next steps that we have to do after retrievals is treatment of that tank waste. We remove a lot of the radioactivity through treatment in what we call the tank side treatment process, also known as the tank side cesium removal process. We currently have one process module in the 200 East area that can process 1 million gallons of tank waste per year. Our engineers are working on ramping that up to 1.5 million gallons a year. And today we are able to achieve 1.2 million gallons a year through that one process module to remove a lot of those radionuclides. Downstream, last October, we started the low activity waste facility. So our vitrification plant has started up. We're currently making glass and we're ramping up that production capacity. And in the upcoming slides, I'll talk about where we currently are, how much we have produced, and where we expect to ramp up to in the coming years. We make glass, and that vitrified glass is stored on the Hanford site at the integrated disposal facility. Some of our secondary waste, one of the most recent activities being the effluent management facility bottoms or byproduct or concentrate, is being grouted locally and then shipped and for disposal outside the state of Washington. The dual path would further build on that arrow for offsite grouting from the low activity waste facility. And the other piece of the dual path is a potential option for offsite grouting to occur directly from the AP106 tank itself. So again, the whole machine that we have in the 200 East area for retrievals, for treatment, for solidification and disposal is all currently operating. But there is one bottleneck for this whole system, and that's the vitrification piece of it. And that's why we propose a dual path approach to help reduce or mitigate that bottleneck. And we are focused on glass first, law vitrification first, and then any excess would be grouted and disposed outside the state of Washington. And I'll talk more about that approach and how it fits into this picture in the upcoming slides. Again, the dual path utilizes a currently available approach to what we want to do to get to the nameplate and capacity that we need in the 200 East area to ensure that the whole system is working to its max capability. Next slide. I'll start and kind of touch on each item's piece by piece. I'll talk through about each piece of this system and how it all fits together and where we want to take 200 East area. So the single shell tanks is where we currently store some of the tank waste. It represents some of the oldest infrastructure on the Hanford site. And I think everyone here probably agrees that retrieving tank waste from our single shell tanks is one of our highest priorities. We have tank waste that's stored in aging tanks. We need to get that tank waste into newer, safer double shell tanks. In the 200 East area, there still remains nearly 8 million gallons of sludge and salt cake stored in single shell tanks. And we need to get that into our double shell tanks. But in East area, we've made a lot of progress. We've retrieved 2 tank farms fully, right? C tank farm has been fully retrieved. 8X tank farm has been fully retrieved. And we're halfway through A farm. We just last week announced that we finished the 3rd tank in A farm, the 24th single shell tank overall. That makes 2 tanks retrieved this year. And we plan to start the 3rd tank this year. Our current forecast shows we can start this October. We plan to accelerate that by a couple weeks. We can start the 3rd tank this year, or maybe the 25th tank, let me put it that way. We can start retrievals of the 25th tank this year. And we plan to, but the problem is with our double shell tank space, we will have to pause retrievals in January. There's not enough space for us to finish the 25th tank. There's only enough space for us to start the 25th tank and then we have to pause. Next slide. So why is that the case? The case is because we have to transfer that single shell tank waste into our double shell tanks. And the double shell tanks are currently 98% full. I know it says 99% full, but we just did an evaporator campaign that finished last week. It got us 290,000 gallons, brings that number to 98% full. Operationally, 99% full is about the limit of what we can do, because you have to have space to make transfers. We cannot reach 100% full. 99% is operationally full. So we have about 300,000 gallons of space available for A103 retrievals, which requires 1.1 million gallons of space for us to fully retrieve that tank. So again, the current system is at 98% full. There's only 2 ways to make space. I mentioned one of them. The 242A evaporator is one of 2 ways to make space. It evaporates excess water to concentrate the tank waste to make space. But we are reaching the limits to what the evaporator can do. Last year, we did 4 campaigns. This year, we can only do 1 because we concentrated the tank waste to the limits that we can. Next year, I think we can maybe I think we plan to do 1 campaign next year, but it's a far difference from about the 4 campaigns that we did last year. So the second way for us to make tank space is through treatment, solidification, and disposal. And that's really where we need to focus our efforts to support retrievals. Next slide. And so the first step in that is the treatment process. The treatment process is being done today through the tank side cesium removal system. That system removes 99.9% of the radioactivity. It removes the radionuclides that contribute most to the radioactive dose that the workers could potentially see. And it really reduces the risk to the environment by removing those key radionuclides. What the tank side cesium removal system can do today is 1.2 million gallons a year. So over 12 months, that's 100,000 gallons a month. And through that process, we can remove 30,000 curies from the tanks and into safe storage. That's important for environmental risk reduction. And I think the progress that's been made today with over 1.2 million gallons processed, I think over 600,000 curies removed and safely stored on a concrete storage pad inside of a stainless steel container. It's really a testament to the progress that we all have made here at the Hanford site. The one fact that we do have, though, is that TSCR, the tank side cesium removal system, has not been able to process since March 10th of this year because the downstream tank AP106 is full. The tank can only store 1.2 million gallons. As of February 20th or so, we reached 1.2 million gallons. AP106 was full in February. We are transferring as much to WTP as it can take. And to date, it has received about 160,000 gallons. But we need over 200,000 gallons of space inside of AP106 in order to restart operations. We just got that, we just hit that mark. Well, we haven't quite hit that mark. We have 180,000 gallons of space today, but we're going to accept the risk and start operations this weekend and expect WTP to process another 40 or 50,000 gallons in the next month so that we don't overfill AP106. So that's been part of the driver for the dual path approach. Tisker has not operated since March 10th. That's 5 months. That's 500,000 gallons that we have not processed, removed from the double shell tank system, or reduced that risk from the Hanford site. And so really, I would expect to be here today to answer questions about what we're doing to ensure we can keep Tisker operating. My answer to that would be everything possible, including pushing for this dual path approach. Because that would allow us to keep Tisker operating, because that reduces the risk to the Hanford site and the environment. So again, today AP 106 is the only tank where we can receive treated tank waste. It's our only feed tank to the VIT plant. And again, it only has 180,000 gallons of space for us to operate, and we need over 200,000 gallons to keep the tank size cesium removal system and treatment operations going. And for the last 5 months, we haven't been able to operate it, with a missed opportunity of at least 500,000 gallons that we haven't been able to treat. So that's really the problem that we have today within AP 106. I'll share the problem that we have in the future and another reason to support the dual path approach. We plan to produce and install 2 more process modules to bring us to a total of 3 process modules. 3 process modules at 1.2 million gallons a year produces 3.6 million gallons of treated tank waste each year. The WTP VIT plant, at its full capacity, solidifies 2 million gallons a year. We can treat 3.6. So we have a today problem where we can produce 100,000 gallons of treated tank waste. The record for the VIT plant was reached last month, and that was 38,000 gallons. So that's the delta between the VIT plant and what we can treat today. In a few years, the delta will be 3.6 million gallons a year that we can treat and produce, but the downstream VIT plant can solidify 2 million gallons. So there's an opportunity for 1.6 million gallons of additional tank waste to be treated and solidified that we don't have today. So that's kind of the today, past, current, and future problem within AP 106 and treatment that we have. What we have today for disposition pathway is glass and the low activity waste facility. Again, it's been operating since October. We vitrified over 160,000 gallons in glass. Currently, I think we've hit about 38,000 gallons in the month of July. And our goal is to keep that up a notch to 50,000 gallons in the month of August, with a full ramp up to 170,000 gallons a month by 2028. That number takes us to the 2 million gallons a year. Tisker today does 100,000 gallons a month. With 3 process modules, we can do 300,000 gallons a month. And the VIT plant can do 170,000 gallons when it's fully operational. So there's a gap of 130,000 gallons each month between what we can produce and what we will be able to solidify. So we are doing everything we can to continue to ramp up from today's processing capacity of 38,000 gallons up to that 170,000 gallon mark. We're doing everything we can to make that happen by 2028. Next slide. Over at the IDF, so once we do make the glass, it is stored into stainless steel containers for long-term storage and disposal. That occurs at the integrated disposal facility. And for the updates today, I'm happy to say that we filled 120 containers. 120 containers filled, and 108 containers disposed at the IDF. So it's wonderful when you drive out to the site and you pass IDF, you can see those containers inside that disposal facility. So it's outstanding to see that IDF facility being the long-term storage and disposal location for the glass that we have produced. So that's currently the progress that we've made to date, and I do want to kind of explain a little bit more about why that dual path, what it is, and why it will, what benefits it will provide us, and why it's going to be so important to the 200 East area. So what is dual path? Dual path is glass first, WTP first, and that excess material that we produce can be grouted and can be disposed of outside the state of Washington. We're talking about the excess material to ensure that we can keep retrievals of single shell tanks going. It's the excess that we're producing, and we are committed to keeping AP 106 full and feeding the VIT plant first. Dual path means providing a pathway for the excess material that gets produced. One of those options would be to build over at AP 106 in AP Farm a loadout station that will allow us to transfer directly from the double shell tank into a tanker truck to a facility that would grout it and then transfer it for disposal outside the state of Washington. That could be constructed with a very basic loading station and hookups for a tanker truck. Could be constructed fairly quickly, but there is potentially a better option for that over at the effluent management facility. So next slide, I think, would get to that. And so what we could also do, what may be better, is today we do have a loadout station at the effluent management facility. At the WTP VIT plant, we are using it today, right? So we have used it for EMF bottoms, for EMF concentrate. We've made those transfers to Permafix Northwest. We did another shipment, I think yesterday, if not today, of EMF bottoms. And so with a simple piping modification, we can do AP 106 treated tank waste to a tanker using that same loadout station. So proven location, it exists. We know how to use it, and we would like to utilize it for treated tank waste as well. So those are the permit mod for EMF, the effluent management facility that we transmitted to this Department of Ecology on Monday is for the modifications to the effluent management facility. Next slide. And so why, to kind of summarize the benefits of dual path glass plus grout. And I talked about it before. Again, WTP would be fed first. We want to make glass, as much glass as we can. Any excess would be grouted, because I talked about how TSCR has not operated since March 10th when it could have. Had we had a dual path, we could have removed another 150,000 curies from the ground. We could have treated another 500,000 gallons. We could have gotten closer to avoiding a pause with A103 retrievals. I think first and foremost, that's why that's so important as one of the key benefits. We have commercially available pathways today to implement this approach, to avoid all those impacts that I mentioned. And then in a few years from now, when we fully ramp up WTP, when we have 2 more process modules operating, we can treat an additional 130,000 gallons each month in 28, 29 going forward. That's an additional 1.6 million gallons a year out of 200 East area. The analogy I always like to think of is imagine trying to get, 10,000 cars off the Hanford site, or if you had to ever leave a concert or sporting event from a major city like Seattle or Spokane, imagine trying to get that many cars out of that event with only one highway and only one road. Imagine how much faster it is when you had two roads, two pathways to get that many cars out of the city. So having two pathways instead of just one allows us to do cleanup that much faster, allows us to get tank waste out of the tanks that much faster. I think this is the last slide. So what does it mean? This is kind of a chart of what it could look like. The green line, the lower line, is if we had only that one path, that glass only path, and we were only doing 2 million gallons a year. For the tank waste that we have in the 200 East area, it would take $61 billion and take until 2051 to treat, solidify, and dispose all of that liquid tank waste.
Is that 200 East only?
Yes. If we had grout, well, glass first plus grout, and we can fully vitrify and grout 3 to 4 million gallons of waste a year, it costs $49 billion, and we'd complete that by 2039. That liquid tank waste from the 200 East area. So it's a 12-year reduction, $12 billion, life cycle savings to the taxpayers, and a cleanup of the Hanford site. And just pause there. That's really the end of the slide deck. Open for questions.
Before we go to questions, I'd like to give both the college and EPA a chance to provide their perspective as regulators. Who might we have on deck for ecology? Mr. Randy.
All right, Eddie Holbrook with Department of Ecology. I appreciate some of the context that Ricky's adding here that we did not hear this morning from Ray. Commitment to meet the 2028 deadline, right? To get to 21 metric tons or 2 million gallons per year. We are 10 months into a 3-year runway for direct feed, low activity waste to ramp up. 10 months into that. I don't think there's any rose-colored glasses on between ecology or Department of Energy regarding, the issues that are occurring at direct feed, low activity waste. But I can tell you, among many things, Department of Energy and ecology are working together on identifying those issues with direct feed low activity waste and looking for the solutions for that. We are working hand in hand with Department of Energy on that work. Regarding the dual path approach, Energy had reached out to us around December of 2025, January 2026, and brought 2 proposals. The effluent management facility grouting the secondary effluent, the bottoms, and AP 106 and taking tank waste and grouting that as well. We saw the benefit in the effluent management facility bottoms being grouted instead of being sent back to vitrification. We worked with Department of Energy on that modification. We successfully ran through a public comment period and worked through a public meeting, responded to comments, made sure we had all our comprehensive reviews completed associated with that modification, and we successfully met that modification. It has been issued, it is effective, and you can see the benefits of that happening right now with the waste that's going down to Perma-Fix Northwest to be treated and final disposal of that waste out of state, as agreed to between Department of Ecology and Energy. We were asked our opinion about AP 106. We offered our opinion about that. Was that ready to happen today? Were we ready to move forward with modifications with AP 106 at this point in time? We said not right now. We did not foreclose on the idea that this could be something that we would look at, but we understood and we communicated to the Department of Energy that you have obligations to meet right now, right? So we have dual melter environmental performance demonstration testing that has to be completed very soon here. August 17th, we need to hear from Department of Energy on how they propose to move forward with dual melter environmental performance demonstration testing. We received the July 1st letter for what we're also working well on with Department of Energy with the 200 West grout approach. Newsflash, we signed up for grout and glass back in January of 2025. We are working very closely with Department of Energy on 200 West grout approach, and that starts with a permitting plan that sits on my desk right now for signature. We are looking forward to working with Department of Energy on the permitting associated with the pretreatment system that has to be built out in 200 West. And Department of Energy has milestones and obligations in the very near term to get that work done. And we are committed to working with Department of Energy for 200 West grouting at this point in time. We are also working with Department of Energy on the advanced modular pretreatment system. The public comment period is going to start here pretty soon. We have been working very well with Department of Energy on the permitting that's associated with that, the public comment period that's going to start here pretty soon, and working to make a final decision on that pretreatment system associated with that. So I want to point out a few other things here. We are happy to see Department of Energy to continue to meet retrieval goals that are outlined in the tri-party agreement for tanks, single shell tanks that they have to retrieve and put into double shell tanks. We understand that Department of Energy is identifying that there is 98% capacity already filled within the double shell tank system in 200 East. We are glad to see them using the 242A evaporator to continue to reduce the volume of waste so they can continue those retrievals. And I want to point out there is a way to continue to reduce the volume in the double shell tank system as of today. Focus on ramping up vitrification. If you ramp up vitrification over the next 2+ years, you can have that space in the double shell tank system available to you. This is fully within line of where we've kind of landed with this, is that you got a near-term focus with vitrification and the ramp up that has to happen there. And we want you to focus on that and some of these other objectives that I outlined here as well. As I mentioned before, we did not foreclose on the idea of the 200 East glass plus grout approach, but it's not prime for right now as Department of Energy has obligations to meet with the vitrification plant, with the advanced modular pretreatment system, with the West area pretreatment system as well. We believe that going down this path right now with 200 East diverts energy and resources away from those obligations they have to meet in the next 2 years. We got 2 years to meet those obligations. Those that are under the tri-party agreement, under court orders for Department of Energy to meet. Energy, as Ricky had mentioned, they had sent over the modifications for their 200 East glass plus grout approach. Ecology will do a comprehensive review of those modifications. I want to point out some of what I hear as wishful thinking, right? If we had all this today, we could have solved all our problems, right? Department of Energy had submitted modification to us on Monday for a Class 2 and a Class 3 modification. Those modifications cannot be completed overnight. There is a comprehensive review that has to happen with those. There is an environmental analysis that has to be done, waste incidental reprocessing, treatability variance, review of those modifications, and public comment periods. Ecology is committed to follow our obligations and our processes for reviewing those modifications that won't be ready, you know, as Ricky had pointed out, you know, if it were ready today for you all, right? There are other modifications that will likely come down the pipeline associated with this particular approach, and Ecology remains committed to doing comprehensive review. That's all I got.
Anything from the EPA?
Yeah, I want to be clear that from a CERCLA standpoint, this is outside of EPA's wheelhouse, this discussion about tank waste. But what I really appreciate, this has been the second time that I've sat down with both Eddie and Ricky and heard their presentations and the detail which they've gone into and the willingness to have this discussion with the public and talk about this very important issue, I think is fantastic, and I appreciate your time, and I think that it's very valuable to the public. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you both for your time and your effort, your commitment to cleaning up the site.
And on the queue, we have Richard, Tom, Chris, and Mia. Richard, you're first.
This is for Ricky to answer. Just to clarify, as we do retrieval, there's a lot of salt cake in the single shell tank. That will become supernatant to be treating.
Yes.
It will go into solution inside the settle back out. Tank size treatment only removes the cesium, so the strontium is moving forward. And that's what we're going to be grouting, strontium element. So we're going to be increasing the resin storage out there. There currently is no disposal path for the resin.
We have not made a decision on the disposal path for the resin. It's currently planned or modeled to be fed into the high-level waste facility.
And then what you're proposing is, actually, there won't be a truck loadout at 3106. It would be rerouted through the existing facility at full activity.
We have proposed both.
Both. So you're talking about 230,000 gallon per month capacity to grout. Eventually, if you have the 3 tisters running, and additionally, you have the 200 west area grouting. Is this something Permafix is going to gear up for, or is this seems like a lot of water to grout?
Okay. So let me tackle a couple of the items. So yes, the retrieval salt cake would go into solution. You mentioned that the strontium 90 would not be removed by the ion exchange columns, and they actually do. So there are P&L reports and studies, and what we've seen with current TSCR operations is that well over 99.98% of the cesium is removed, and something over 99% of the strontium 90 is also removed. However, we don't take credit for it in a lot of our assumptions.
Okay, that's new information from what I understood.
Yeah, happy to share that. Talked about the ion exchange column disposition pathway. On the Permafix side, that would be something where Permafix would have to ramp up if they are the vendor for grouting.
So what is their capacity?
Just over 1 million gallons a year.
Quick note before we move on to Q, we are learning from our folks online that our ceiling microphones are impressively sensitive. So if you're shuffling papers or moving wrappers, please do so gently. Tom, you're up.
Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to sort of figure out timelines and expectations here. If the permit is approved, that's 60 days review plus a comment period. So, you know, we're looking at December, January would be the earliest possible. We heard today that the treatability variance is probably 6 months out, is what I think I heard. So that's, you know, March of 27. Permafix would need a permit mod, likely, if we're looking at millions of gallons in addition to the EMF tank bottom. So that's another 6 months, maybe, at least, plus the build out of the treatment system. So we're not looking until maybe early 28, late 27 before this could start. Retrievals in East are going to be ending in 2030. They're only buying 2 years of retrievals. That seems like it's not a significant win. Just from my late, I don't know much about tanks. Also in the holistics, there's talk of having to do dry mining because a lot of the tanks are known or suspected leakers. There's a finite number of competent single shell tanks that haven't leaked. Couldn't you be dry mining in East and not using extra liquids? You know, that's another viable option. Invest in that work sooner. If Permafix can't handle more grouting and the contract is shifted to Utah to grout and you're transporting liquids, I think representing Oregon, that's on the board, that's something with well public record that Oregon does not want liquid waste being shipped through our state. And there will have to be significant amount of additional assurances and first responder trainings. We have great training from first responders from WIP transportation, but we definitely need extra conversations along the transportation corridor if liquid tank waste is being shipped. I just don't see buying a year and a half, 2 years of retrieval as a value add, when really the focus should be on a $29 billion investment on the DF law plant to get it right and get it running the way it's supposed to be. And you can have the same impact by doing that.
So there are a lot of topics.
Yeah, sorry,
that you shared.
rambling a bit.
So I'll try to address what the notes that I captured, right? So regarding the timeline, yes, it's going to take some time to process that permit modification. As Eddie mentioned, as Ecology mentioned, we approached them with the idea back in December of 2025, January 2026. We should have started back then. We have started on things like the NEPA supplement analysis. We posted it for the dual path East Area approach.
That's not on the administrative record. Where is that?
It is. We just posted it Monday.
Okay.
It is on the DOE website for the dual path approach. So the NEPA supplement analysis has been completed. The waste incidental processing is in progress. And I guess as it was mentioned this morning, we started the variance, right? We saw this issue with retrievals coming. And as I've committed to before, and as I said before, we are working all available options to keep retrievals going. That's not just grout. That includes the WTP VIT plant. That includes retrievals. That includes treatment. Our engineers are doing everything they can to find every bit of tank space that they can. So I would say, don't let the 1 year timing or the 2 year timing to just say, no, we've got a problem that goes out to 2061, right? So this is not a 2 year buy. This is for the next 40-ish years to reduce that within the 2040 timeframe. So it's hard to accept, not operating because it would take a year to go do. It may not solve today's problems, but it's going to solve the problems for the next 40 years. Regarding the Permafix permits, yes, I think that would be something Permafix would have to manage and do. The build out would then take some time, and we can work with Ecology on that during or after their review of the permit modification. But we, the department, are trying to push to get that done as soon as possible. I don't think it's only buying you 2 years. We're talking 2 years for A-farm retrievals. But we still have 28 million gallons of tank waste in the double shell tanks and B, BX, and BY single shell tanks. How do you go after those other single shell tanks without double shell tank space? And what are we doing to address 28 million gallons of tank waste in double shell tanks? Right, so going back to the problem that we have to address as soon as possible for the next 40 years. Retrieval technologies is something we're fully committed to as part of the holistic agreement. We just finished the retrieval technology expert panel, which Ecology participated and observed for the last 6 to 8 months. We plan to finish our final technology evaluation soon and then select up to 2 technologies to go do further technology development on for the benefit of retrieving hard to retrieve tanks. I think there is a misperception about what dry waste retrievals is, and I think the best we can do is try to eliminate as much water as possible. But we may not see a technology that results in no additional water added. And things like treatment of high-level waste or low-activity waste has its constraints as well with that. Shipment of liquids, I think we have heard what the public has said through the holistic agreement public comment period, through the 200 West area public comments periods on the NEPAs and the WEIRs. So we have fully heard from the public and tribes about shipment of liquids through their communities. And I think what DOE has said is that we would not ship liquids without considering stakeholder input. First responder training. The Department of Energy offers transportation emergency preparedness training. We've done that for decades, and we've communicated that to every community that has been willing to meet with us to talk about the shipment of tank waste to the disposal facilities. We've had headquarters provide those presentations as well to talk about emergency response training, but also the training that goes behind the packaging and transportation that goes along with what we're proposing. And then the commitment to WTP, we remain fully committed to getting WTP to its throughput capacity. So we have thousands of people focused on the VIT plant. We have people focused on West area. We have people focused on DFLAW. I think to keep retrievals operating and keep treatment going, we also have to focus on dual path plus grout. We are committed to doing everything we can for the retrieval, treatment, solidification for the tank waste mission. So for us, it's not one or the other or just the commitments. It is doing everything we can to complete the tank waste mission. So I'll pause there.
2 more in queue at the moment. We have Chris and then Mia. Chris, you're up.
Yeah, Ricky, on your slide, you indicated that you accomplish maximum mass vitrification, 38,500 gallons in 5. And that you hope by 2028 to get up to 170,000 gallons per month, which is your design capacity. What do you see happening between now and 2028 to be able to get to 170,000 gallons? Are you assuming 2 melters in operation, or is that 1 melter in operation, or what?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? So what have we done? What I think of it was, what have we done so far and what are we still going to do? And so at the BIP plant, there's an initiative that we call Push to the Peak, right? Because we have a plan to try to get to that 2 million gallons a year. We've implemented things like blast former powder feed to the WTP. We have been working on tuning the off-gas system. So the melter off-gas system is still what we've been focused on optimizing in order to reach our throughput capacity. We've been working on film cooler controls to get to the 40 to 50,000 gallons that we plan to operate to today. We still need to work on things related to the off-gas system, and that's also the challenge. One of the challenges with getting to dual melter ops is figuring out things like the submerged bed scrubber performance and the HEPA filter performance, and dealing with the melter in leakage problems that we have at WTP. Getting to dual melter ops may involve some equipment modifications, and those are things that we will need to evaluate and work with the Department of Ecology on to get to that 2 million gallons a year.
So that 2 million gallons assumes 2 melters in operation.
I think so.
Ray said this morning that you did have 2 melters in operation, that only gained 20% efficiency.
You're still limited, I think, by your off-gas system. I think we can optimize the 1 melter to get close to that 2 million gallons, and then 2 melters buys you that extra 20%. And we're still limited by other systems in the facilities other than just the 2 melters. We are working hard.
We have Mia.
Thanks for the presentation, Ricky. I'm curious about the 2 permit mod requests that came out on Monday. One, it looks like is from Bechtel and the other's from H2C. Can you explain the differences between those 2?
I'll do my best. The one from Bechtel covers the modification to the effluent management facility, and for that piping modification from one of the vessels to the loading station. The modification from H2C, I think, is a wording change, because currently I think the permit says that the waste from AP 106 would be transferred to WTP for vitrification. And I think we want to change that word for vitrification to allow for vitrification or grouting.
Okay. And the permit mods we are seeing, that's the kind of one and only time we can comment on this dual path approach. It's not something that goes back to ecology and then comes back out for another permit comment period.
I can speak to it. So I believe, I haven't looked at the modifications closely, the projects, we're just kind of diving into them, but one of them is a class 2. I believe that's associated with H2C's mod. That is a 60-day public comment period, and then a 30-day period after the comment period for ecology to make a decision, or extend if necessary, depending on the comments that we might receive. Class 2s are regulatory-driven timeline. Like, there is a certain amount of time you got to get it done. If ecology needs more time because of the comments we've received and we have to do, we can extend that if we need, right? The class 3 is the one from Bechtel. That has a 60-day public comment period upfront that Department of Energy runs. We then have to make some determinations on the document associated with that. And then Ecology will have a comment period as well in class 3. So the runtime for that, there is no per se regulatory driven timeframe associated with that, but Ecology is committed to completing their comprehensive reviews as soon as we can.
That's helpful, thank you.
I'd like to check. Do we have anyone else here? We have Richard. If you're online, you can raise your hand. Go ahead, Richard.
You just triggered a thought in my mind. Is there an air permit going out for modification? Tank blow out. There's an increase in capacity.
So there hasn't been a notice of construction applications submitted to us that I'm aware of at this point. I'd imagine, the Department of Energy certainly has to make that determination, determine if the application needs to be submitted to our nuclear waste program. We have engineers in-house that review those and prepare a decision on those as well.
Yes, and we'll work with Department of Health on it.
That's it.
All right.
Well, thank you, Ricky, and Jeff, for your perspective.
So you got to hand it over.
Can I ask a question? I'm not on the front table. Ricky, your last slide showed the benefit mission acceleration and the two linear projections of the treatment rate. Yet this starting in 2026, so we know you're not meeting that your treatment rate now. So it should be flat and then going up perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Is that included in these projected dates?
The flat part for 26?
Right.
No, I think we started those discussions at the start of the year, but we're currently in August, right? So it's not reflected in that chart.
Okay, so the dates would actually go beyond.
Add a year?
A year or two, but if it takes 2+ years to get up to the nominal DFLAW treatment rate. So these may extend for a couple more years. Instead of being 2039, it could be 2041.
It could, right? But remember, the delta is 12 billion in 12 years.
I understand that.
Whenever we start.
Well, Ricky, you've made a lot of projections in the past too, which haven't quite worked out. But okay,
Well,
so these could be a year or two off.
I mean, when we only have one pathway, and you put everything into one pathway, this is what we get.
That time, we have reached our scheduled lunch, actually. So I assume our next presenters are a little flexible. Would you like to make any adjustments to our sequence?
Can I throw some things in? Our hallway monitors are kind of set based on when our lunch was gonna be. So if we could stick to the lunch and then maybe do the board recommendations after. I will say, my nose is extra sensitive, but the smoke was getting crazy and I just walked over there and it's horrible. So I'm gonna have to figure out a way to not prop that door open or we're gonna fill up with smoke real quick in here. So
Go out the front door.
you might need to go out the front. Yeah, so, because this one will be locked. I'll try and find a way to unlock this one, but it might be easier to go. You can go out here, but maybe come in the front, just as an FYI.
So let's break for lunch.
Yeah.
And then we've got 12:30, we've got Patrick Bryce on groundwater.
Yeah, so if he ends early, then maybe we can squeeze you guys
in.
in there and then kind of float around.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Lunch back here.
12:30.
You're good.
I'm Patrick Bryce. I'm a general engineer with the Soil and Groundwater Division here at the Hanford Field Office. Also in attendance with me is Naomi Jaski, the Director of Soil and Groundwater, and Jason Capron, Technical Advisor. And I'll be here, I'm here to to present update for our groundwater program. Next slide. All right, so first off, I've got two site-wide plume maps here. 2024 and 2025, just to kind of set the stage. Year over year, site-wide, you don't see too many changes. Suppose I should back up a little bit and say that these plumes are a graphical representation of the groundwater data that we collect every year. It's just an easy, digestible format for us to show where contaminants are in our subsurface and how they're made. So each of these different colors on that here represent a different COC, contaminant of concern. The little yellow arrows that you see sprinkled out through that indicate our groundwater flow direction on these maps. But the big takeaway between these two maps is even though it's a little hard to see at this scale, there's not a whole lot in the way of changes year to year. I will talk mostly about the river corridor. That's where we saw some important, interesting changes, and that's where we'll start. Then I'll briefly touch on Central Plateau groundwater, and then give a few updates on our So, zooming into the river corridor. So, again, the plumes here are similar year over year from what we've seen, which is to be expected in areas, especially with monitored natural attenuation, which is in the 100 BC area, 100N area, and the 100F area. However, we do have active pump and treat remedies going in 100K, 100D, and 100H. And those are the areas I'm mainly going to focus on. Oh.
They're struggling to hear you guys. They're on paper instead.
That makes sense. All right. So the areas I'm really going to focus on are the K, D, and H areas where we saw some change year over year, and that's mainly due to the rebound studies that we've had in those areas. Now, rebound studies are a part of the pump and treat remedy, and they're kind of the natural evolution of it. As we see our concentrations decrease to a certain point, then we turn off our pump and treat in very discrete areas to see how concentrations rise or rebound in those areas or not, without the influence of pump and treat within the aquifer. So we let it stabilize back to those kind of normal conditions and see what we have. These conditions help us evaluate how well our remedy has performed over time and points us to areas of potential continuing sources or areas where there still may be some contaminant in the soil that leaches back down. And that way it lets us optimize our treatment moving forward to target those areas. Next slide, please. All right, so we have completed 7 total rebound studies so far. The K-West Head House rebound study was a rebound study for soil flushing, which I'll touch on in a couple of slides. But we've had 6 rebound studies completed so far in the 100D and 100H areas. The H North area, denoted by this red outline here, the H South, just south of that, the D South, across over here, D North. Then this big area here is the what we call the Horn rebound study area. And then this one here in the south is what we refer to as the in situ redox manipulation rebound study area. And I should note here too that the in situ redox manipulation barrier, or ISRM barrier, that is not a currently used technology. That was a previously used remedial technology. That is not currently part of our remedy, but we're using it in this case to denote or delineate that kind of geographic area. It just happens to be a good feature that we can call out in that area. So I don't want to confuse that we're doing something else there, but that's an area of our rebound study. The little triangles pointing up on the map, those are all areas of that's an extraction well. The triangles pointing down are injection wells. Dots are monitoring wells, if there are any on here. But then these, the blue areas here are the hexavalent chromium plumes. The light blue represents concentrations of 10 to 20 micrograms per liter. The dark blue, 20 to 40, and then that mustard color is around 40 to 100, between 40 and 100. All right, next slide, please. So I'll dive into the 100D area, hexavalent chromium plumes, where we saw some changes here. We'll notice between 2024 and 2025, there were both, in both years, there were 3 rebound studies going on. 2 of them were the same with the 100D North and the Horn. But in 2024, we had that D South rebound study going on. And it dropped off before 2025 started, and the ISRM rebound study area came online, and that finished up this last year, just this May, previously. So areas that we noticed some change in were the area within the southern portion of the D North and the northern portion as well. And honestly, though, the Horn rebound study is partially in D. I'll cover that in H because that's where most of that area lies. Within the ISRM area, as of our 2025 plume mapping, we hadn't really seen any changes in that area. And I should also apologize, this figure is a little bit busy. All of these are just well names and leader lines pointing out features on the map. And these are, again, groundwater flow indications. And I also forgot to mention too that these maps can be found in other documents such as our annual groundwater monitoring report that comes out at the end of September. So if there are particular questions, I would encourage you to look at that report that comes out at the end of next month. All right, and next slide, please. So moving from D to H. Again, we see the flow direction, the hexavalent chromium plumes, and then the Horn rebound study, though it was active in 2024 and 2025, the H South rebound study that was active in parts of 2024 had dropped off before 2025. So we didn't see that rebound study influence our 2025 maps. In fact, in 2025, you can see a slight reduction there, while in areas of the Horn rebound study, we did see some growth of our plumes there. Yeah, that's to be expected. That's what we're looking for with those rebound studies, is to see where we still need to actively pump and treat. That's all there. So next slide, please. All right, so that brings me to our kind of ongoing rebound studies in the area. Which we only have one right now, and that's the 116K2 trench rebound study, which is at the upstream end of the 116K2 trench in 100K. That area here is in red. I alluded to the K West head house soil flushing rebound study test area. That's down here. And then we are also conducting soil flushing here at the K East head house, and that is what you see, that bullseye there with our hexavalent chromium plume. And you should know to soil flushing, for those that may not know, is where we've been flushing that soil column with water to try and mobilize residual contaminants to capture them more quickly at our downgrading extraction wells. To prevent it from long-term leaching, we can try and just flush it out, capture it, and treat it over a shorter period of time to reduce that remedy length there. Next slide, please. Sorry. So again, yeah, year over year here, we've got the same, showing the groundwater flow directions, our plumes. Again, a lot of that busyness on the figure is just the well names and the like. Year over year, we didn't see much change actually in the area around either the reactors or within our rebound study area. One area we did see a bit of changes at the downstream side of that trench, and that is a known area of hexavalent chromium contamination. Plumes pop up there from time to time, but that's not to say though that this area isn't impacted by our rebound study, because that's where we've needed to reroute some injection water upgradient up there. But we've also have a couple of active pump and treat wells downgrading of there to capture anything that happens to be mobilized. Next slide. That kind of wraps up my talk on the river corridor. I know I was a lot about very few topics, but kind of shifting gears to the plateau. Year over year, again, we didn't see much change in the plateau. Things have remained fairly stable. Groundwater typically moves slowly on the central plateau, especially in areas outside of that 200 west area pump and treat footprint, which is housed over here in 200 west. And that mainly targets that carbon tetrachloride plume. I think next slide. So instead of talking a lot about plumes that we haven't seen any changes with on the plateau, I thought I could give a little bit of an operational update on our 2 West Pump and Treat facility and some of those modifications that have taken place there over the last year. This facility, for those that haven't been out on site and tour, this is kind of our main facility. Over here houses our ion exchange trains, and back here is our air stripping towers. Though you'll note that we only have 2 in this picture. This picture is a little bit old, and we had a third one installed. And next slide, if you would, which brings me to my first notable modification of the year. Is we had that third air stripping tower C, became operational in November of 2025. That increased our nominal capacity to 3,700 gallons per minute for air stripping. And that those air strippers treat volatile organic compounds, in this case, mainly carbon tetrachloride or TCE. The other notable modification to the plant we had this year was the addition or the, I guess, operations beginning in our third technetium-99 ion exchange treatment train. And this treatment train really increased some capacity, but allowed for wells to be brought online from 200 east that are targeting that area around C and AAX farms. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a fun picture showing the part of the installation of Air Stripper Tower C. This is our lift. The first slide on the left there, you'll notice we have two cranes involved here. Now the smaller crane, because these were laying horizontally, the small crane actually had to lift up the kind of the tail end of that, so the larger crane could pick it in a vertical fashion without potentially damaging it against the ground. And then that second picture just shows the crane lifting it over everything to try and get it in place. Next slide, please. So not many people, I forgot to bring my physical visual aids out of our case upstairs, but not many people have seen the inside of these towers. So what are these Air Stripper towers? Well, basically, we run what are called countercurrent packed tower air strippers. Now, these air strippers are filled with these, they're almost akin to wiffle balls, if you think about it. But they're about the size of a golf ball. They're very small, so thousands and thousands of these get packed in here. And this tower here is only about half full, as you can see. So the whole tower gets filled up, and the purpose is water will get introduced at the top. It cascades down through this media to increase its surface area. Now, while it's flowing down, water or air is forced up from the bottom of the tower in that countercurrent fashion to create an exchange with the water to capture, change the state of the volatile organics that might be present in the water to transfer that into the airstream. So then out the bottom, the water comes out meeting our limits or exceeding our limit, well, no, meeting our limits, under our limits for our VOCs. And then the air carrying VOCs then exits out the top, and it goes through granular activated carbon beds to absorb any of those volatile organics that are present prior to its release. And then go on our next slide here. So the other notable modification was the Tech 99 train, Y29B, becoming operational. This is a picture of it being delivered all the way back in 2021, I think. You notice that there's a lot of piping to this, and it makes it look much more complicated than it actually is. All this piping is basically to be able to isolate each of these vessels from one another for maintenance or resin changes. In operation, each of these vessels is filled with ion exchange resin or kind of beads. They're little, almost like they're a polystyrene bead, so something akin to styrofoam, but it has specific active sites. You can kind of think of it, it's akin to anybody with water softeners at home. But instead of removing calcium and magnesium as you would with water softening, we're removing Tech 99 out of it. And so these operate in a lead, lag, polish configuration. So all three of these get filled with resin, and the water then progresses from the lead vessel through the lag into the polish vessel, where it progressively gets cleaner as it moves through, because each vessel takes out just that much more Tech 99. And so out of the effluent, again, we're under our standards, and then that effluent then goes on for further treatment through our air stripping towers to remove any volatiles that are present. And that kind of wraps up what we had for modifications, and can move on to the summary. And that is to say that, overall, our plume areas and contaminant concentration trends continue to behave as we expect through our active remedies and our rebound studies. Our rebound studies for hexavalent chromium in the river corridor have concluded, at least in the D and H areas. They've wrapped up in May of this year. And
Also forgot to mention that after each rebound study is completed, we do generate reports analyzing that data that we then go through with our regulatory partners over at Ecology and EPA to help inform future remedial decisions in those areas. And our rebound studies, the K2 trench rebound study in 100K is ongoing. It will be ongoing until about June of next year. Once the soil flushing wraps up in K East, eventually that will undergo a rebound study. I didn't have dates, so I didn't, put that on our slide. Then, yeah, as that continues there, and also our pump and treat remedies through the information we gather and our modifications continue to be optimized, also through not only additions of new wells and equipment, but also by removing wells that maybe are underperforming or have run their course through treatment. And so we're looking for ways to optimize that and let our system currently mature in its state to kind of find that new baseline this year. So, and that concludes my presentation. So I really appreciate you all allowing me to speak to you today on our groundwater update.
Yeah, so thank you, Patrick. That was a very good presentation. This is an example, we spent the morning hearing about tank waste and all the stuff that's going on with waste, and it gets a lot of attention publicly. The work that Naomi's group does in soil and groundwater, Patrick and the rest of her, it's incredibly important work, and it's difficult, it's really challenging, and it doesn't get a lot of the attention that some of the other stuff does. And Catherine at Ecology and myself and Tabitha and other folks at, on Ecology's team, we work very, very closely with DOE in addressing these issues. We have a very collaborative relationship. It's complicated, it's difficult, and I want to make sure that as we continue to progress through like groundwater cleanup and other soil and groundwater cleanup, that that you all and the public knows what we're doing, how we're doing it, and that we're working very hard to clean up the waste in groundwater. It's difficult. It's not seen. It's hard to take pictures of. Modeling is kind of odd, but it's really great work that their team is doing, and it is a very positive relationship that we all have. I would say, I don't want to speak for Ecology, but I do feel like that the tri-parties have a very collaborative relationship on the ground as it relates to work like this. So thank you for the presentation, and there's a lot of work still to be done. But it's again, I just hope that folks pay attention and know that it's not just tank waste, that a lot of soil and groundwater work that we're still on both the river corridor and certainly the. Anyway, thank you all very much.
Catherine, did you have anything you want to share? If you did, you might swap seats. Do you want to come up here and swap with me so they can hear you a little bit?
Let's speak loud. And Ecology have been involved in all of these assessments. We met with DOE back in early June to review these various plume maps to differentiate between 2024 and 2025 characteristics of each plume. We went through a significantly more detailed presentation than what we had today, because we went site by site, plume by plume, and addressed significant issues in changes, either dissipation of a plume and or somehow a rebound and resiting of a plume. This is all geared toward presenting all of this information in the 2025 Sitewide Annual Report, which should come out at the end of September. We pray, yay. So, that was some significant work and conversation to assess how this information is derived, how it is aggregated, and how it is going to be presented in the annual report. We've also had the privilege of having quite candid conversations on all of the rebound studies and for each of the sites. And Ecology has provided some technical thoughts about the conditions that have been ongoing, the ramifications of what the rebound study identifies as to the need to either continue pump and treat, to continue soil flushing, and or suspend areas of treatment because of achievements. So those have been ongoing over the last year as we get the quarterly data reports. We're meeting internally and collaboratively together to evaluate all of that data. So, even though this is a cursory presentation, there have been a year of monthly and sometimes bi-weekly conversations about each one of those dots that were on the map. I don't have any specific comments to add, and I thank you, Patrick. I thank you, Jason, Naomi.
We're going to start with Rob and move to Mia, Tom, Chris, and Richard.
And thank you again for the information. It's, to me, it's overwhelming. All the information you guys gather and collected. I was wondering if you could summarize the top 3 or 4 areas that is of your concern and what is the constituent of concern.
So certainly I would say the river corridor with the hexavalent chromium. The hexavalent chromium plumes that appear in multiple areas throughout the river corridor is the contaminant generally of greatest concern there. That's what a lot of the pump and treat systems are targeted to. Hexavalent chromium was used in large quantities and it's quite mobile. Also represents a very real risk. So that's where a lot of those systems are targeted on that. Not to say other contaminants don't come with it. That's definitely the one I'd focus on for the corridor and just because of its proximity to the river. On the central plateau, most of the focus is really on the carbon tetrachloride plume. The carbon tetrachloride plume is pretty amenable to treatment. And then the system is used to support capture of a few other plumes because the water on the plateau moves very, very slowly. It's more about being sure we're managing plumes that have the potential to migrate away from the plateau. So treatment of the carbon tetrachloride plume and then limiting the spread, particularly of technetium and urea. That help encapsulate a little bit. There's a lot more than that going on.
Yeah, I'm sure is it, but I guess is there specific areas close to the river that are more of a concern than others?
Really, the reason you see 100D, H, and 100K having pump and treat systems is because those have been the areas of the higher concern, whereas like at 100 BC and 100F area, they were lower concentrations. Because we've now made a lot of remedial progress in DH and 100K, there's maybe a little bit of a balance, but the focus still, I would still place this on DH and K where we can take that back. But a lot better than it was 30 years ago when I saw the start of these. So, thank you.
That's right, Mia.
I'm curious about the disposition pathway for the Tech 99 ion exchange columns. Where do those end up once they're spent?
Once they're spent, first they get sampled so we can definitively have a good disposition pathway. Then they go to generally permafix locally to be, I think, grouted essentially, right? And then put into the mixed waste trenches. Is that?
Yeah, I think
correct? Yeah.
Generally the mixed waste trenches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on.
Some goes to earth.
Some might go to earth, but that kind of depends on the results of those the analytical tests from it and what our T-clip analyses show.
Next up, we have Tom.
Thank you for what you do to protect the river. It's important. And Jason said it right. 30 years ago, those plumes were giant and they were intersecting and getting in the water, and they're not anymore. I think that I've figured out that 200 West Pump and Treat is the largest pump and treat system in the world. 3,700 gallons a minute is a lot of water, and to do it with the low amount of maintenance that you guys have is awesome. Just really great work. Rebound studies are really well designed and they've been implemented, and some of them are promising and some of them are not so promising, but the goalpost is about to move. So you have all these plumes that are blue, and that's for today's standard, but tomorrow's standard is going to be 100 times lower. What are we doing with that? Like, are we going to need more pump and treats? And can the pump and treat technology get to the cleanup level that's going to be 100 times lower than it is now?
Sure. Caulfield. So break into a couple of components there, Tom. So first, how the rebound studies tie in with for a lower cleanup level. You'll probably remember from the milestone discussions that there is specifically a milestone where we complete these rebound studies, the reporting and everything in 27, and then by 2028, we have to provide a recommendation for technology. That lapse between the completion of the rebound studies and providing the recommendation was a period that we specifically worked out with DOE and ecology, where we'd be working on what the next step is. Anticipating that it's going to be either treatability studies addressing the residual source areas and potential modifications to the remedy. That happens to dovetail well with the opportunity to say, well, where does the new cleanup level tie in? So all of that's meant to take both the rebound studies and the potential for the changing cleanup level. I don't want to say what type of rod modification it might be, but that's probably where it's angling to, with basically a launch in 2028. Forecasting a little bit, obviously want to let things run its course, but I think that's right. Insofar as the capability and what might be done, and so for those areas where there's residual source, there's several options. Obviously, we've used soil flushing in areas like 100K. Soil flushing very promising under the conditions at 100K. It's more challenging at DH. You know, K is almost an ideal case for the DH. It's potentially viable, but there's other considerations that have to come in. It's something we'd look at. We'd work with ecology. Can pump and treat hit a lower level? It depends. Insofar as the capability of the resins to remove the hexavalent chromium to a lower level, yes, it looks like the resins can achieve it. You may have to slow down flow rates and things like that. The bigger challenge is the aquifer itself. You're now, of course, having to pull on a lot more of the aquifer, and managing the aquifer dynamic is what becomes challenging, such that you have to work a lot harder to remove a lot less mass. And so that's the kind of thing I would envision that we would just look at through the circular process to say, you know, you've got to go through that on the balancing factors. Where can you get to? What does it take? What other things should we bring into the mix if pump and treat alone can't? So that's hopefully I touched on every point of it. But.
Next up, we have Chris.
Tom kind of asked a question that I was going to ask. With regard to hexavalent chromium, what is the status of that now with regard to cleanup levels? Are we going to have to bend our rods to lower cleanup levels for hexavalent chromium?
Potentially. So it's of course known that there is now the promulgated carcinogenic value, as well as there's been a change in the river value. I think I've talked with this group about that a little bit before. There are also, Chris, because you'll be of interest, there's also the analytical capability question. You'll be aware that our analytical capability has largely been based on a method where there's been method improvements. So we're also looking at method improvements where we can get a lower capability level, because the newer cleanup level is calculated value would be lower than what we currently have. So you get into a little bit of a limitation there with what you can see and how that works. Insofar as how that get implements, it's not the same answer across the board. Most pressing for us on 100N and 100K areas where we were in the process of reaching a final record of decision to update interim action record of the decisions that are pretty old at this point. Because that change came in, and that's a significant change, that forced us to pause on N and K, and that's where we're putting most of our effort now, is on addressing those changes through the context of N and K. D and H will be where we pick it up next, because of the rebound studies and other things. We'll look at whether or not we need to do rod changes and bring that in. From there is where we would look at, do we need to do a rod modification to 100 BC or any of the others to bring that in? Or is it ultimately impactful for those areas which really have a little bit different set of circumstances?
My second question is about groundwater in the Central Plateau. When I retired 8 years ago, before that, our project managers for the Central Plateau, particularly in the east area, were concerned that they didn't really quite know very well what flow directions were and speeds were. And we put together a tracer study to put in fluorescent dyes and then detect them at various places. So we knew really where down dip was, what the speed, what the groundwater flow speed was, and what directions the groundwater was going on the Central Plateau East. I don't think they ever took place, but do we still have, is our understanding still not as good as it might be about flow rates and flow directions on in the 200 East area?
Did you have an intern working on that project when you were putting that together?
Did I?
Yeah, I thought you had an
A
intern.
guy named Jeff Schramm?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sorry. Go ahead, Jason. I just wanted to ask the question. No, for sure. It definitely better understood than it was. I mean, the model maturity has gotten immensely higher than it was 8 years ago, even 5 years ago. The bigger question now, Chris, is more sure we understand the total water balance correctly. So it's less about flow directions and whatnot, because it's a very slow gradient out there. It's understanding the water balance correctly. We have good bounding on that from a model standpoint, but it's like to continue. Actually, where we'll be pretty soon, ecology and EPA, we're just in the early stage, actually at some evaluation of additional evaluations in the east. Sure.
Water balance.
So it's the total, there's kind of a question, you have a certain volume of contaminated water. There's also certain influx of clean water, or uncontaminated water. How those two interact is really a system that moves very, very slowly, especially without the pressure of a pump and treat system. That's where I'm referring to in water balance, and it comes from a few places, Mia. There's a certain level of upwell from below. There's a certain level of influx from the west, discombobulated, but a certain level of inflow from the west, and just how those interact with each other in the dynamics of the plumes, because it creates a very, very gradual kind of dispersion and movement. So that's all I'm referring to. Yeah, and you'll, so when you see it, or maybe I'm talking with you about it in a year, it's going to be called the high hydraulic conductivity zone. There's a region of higher hydraulic conductivity. That doesn't mean faster flow, because there's not necessarily total water mass. That's where we're putting some attention now in order to.
Still a mound of groundwater in this area, is that all dissipated?
Quite a bit dissipated. That's what I'm trying to remember. Chris, when you retired, a lot of that flow understanding was still like whether or not there was a question of if there was still flow to the north towards Gable Gap, whereas now there's been enough recession that the flow is understood to be more back to the southeast. So yeah, but Chris, for everyone, Chris was referring to there, it's kind of an interesting. Operationally, when Hanford was operating, huge volumes of water being discharged, literally built a mountain of water. It spreads differently, that as that mountain of water has gone down and things are returning to more water levels, it affects how water flows. So some of the plume pictures you sometimes see are really the result of a condition of 40 years ago that we're dealing with now in the flow regime.
Mine's more of a historical question or going on. Upstream of the air rivers are the biological treatment. Is that still ongoing?
No, we have the biological treatment paused while we're doing, we've been doing an optimization study. So the conditions that were kind of understood underneath 200 West record of decision, well, the 200 ZP1 record was predicated on an assumption about the rate at which carbon tetrachloride decays that was inaccurate. So as we've been looking at ways to kind of optimize the performance of that, we paused the biological study, especially because it's also causing some problems. When you're doing the bioreactors, you get a lot of biofouling. It really messes with your wells quite a bit. So we've had that paused for a while we're doing that study and then working with the EPA on kind of where we move.
And the stripper are we updating or upsizing the pump capacity?
The new stripper is really because the stripper is really for the carbon tetrachloride, and that's really where that focal part of that pump and treat system has been at. It's about upsizing capacity for that primary plume. Great question.
In the room, not seeing anything from our folks online. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody need a break? Go ahead and move it.
I'll work on that.
We need to take a break after that.
Mike, yeah.
Can I just leave it there? Yeah. Okay. So I think I'll just start with the context. We met with, we had the EMSSAB meeting here in Richland at Hanford at the end of April. And I can just keep this quick. So there was a presentation that we had from the Reuse and Recycle Community of Practice. And it's a voluntary department-wide collaboration between interested program officers and sites to reduce costs for new acquisitions and disposal through reuse and recycle of excess materials. And so this community of practice was informally chartered in 2023, and its focus is to develop a network to share excess metals and equipment across DOE sites and promote reuse and recycle DOE-owned materials and equipment. And so they've kind of over the years have gained more members. They are up to 70 now, but they're really still kind of a nascent group. And they are trying to kind of improve recycling and reuse of materials. And one project that they talked about, they give an example of the Idaho Cleanup Project needing lead blankets. And so the Reuse and Recycle Community of Practice is currently working with both Savannah River site and the naval reactors to acquire excess blankets that they may have for Idaho. And so this is just an example of what they're trying to do, bridge these gaps in terms of excess materials at one site and a need for those materials at another site. And so the recommendation is focused on this group, this practice. And so we, the person who came to us to present felt that they needed some encouragement, or that DOE may need some encouragement in terms of making sure this program carries on and that it's beneficial. And so we drafted a recommendation basically supporting the Reuse and Recycle Community of Practice initiative and recommending that DOE-EM continue to foster the integration of this practice across the complex by increasing the number of sites involved and with the goal of improving communication and awareness. And you'll see that in the letter, the recommendation. So this is one of, this is a different process from advice in that each board is going to be presented with this recommendation like we are today, and we do an up-down vote. So we cannot change any of the wording in the recommendation, can't be edited or wordsmithed. We just have to be either happy with how it is or not happy with how it is. And if we are not happy with how it is, it will not go forward to the bigger EMSSAB. So we all need to be in agreement on this one.
Mm-hmm.
9 on the room and 3 online.
And it's
buffer.
basically, can you live with it?
Yeah.
And this one is actually pretty simple. It's not establishing a program. It's an individual that is performing an integration function across the complex. There are all kinds of existing recycling programs we learned about. And this is one small spot that's saying, you know, we need to help everybody talk to each other. So that, yeah, if Idaho needs something and Hanford's got it, somebody can make sure the right people talk to each other in this space. So we kind of all thought, this is a great idea. You know, it's basically, it's a 4C function to make sure all the sites work together.
Was DOE themselves involved? Because there's when we're accessing equipment, viewing sites, there's a specific process we follow.
Oh, yeah.
So that we can't just, you know, throw it away or something.
Correct. That's what we were getting educated on. That there are all these regulatorily required processes across multiple agencies, not just DOE. And sometimes there's gaps in communication. So one site may be saying, I don't need this stuff, and follow the correct process. But they may not know that Idaho or Oak Ridge has a need for that stuff. So it's in the agency's best interest to say, it's like, okay, we can save some money across the complex. So this is just encouraging communication and integration.
And it's a DOE practice. It's a DOE run
Is it?
initiative.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know there at the plant, the contractors, specific what we have to do with, we don't need this anymore, or if it's damaged or something, there's a pretty, I won't say intense, but it's a very arduous process to get through so you can get rid of it or give it to somebody else.
Yes. I'm not opposed to this. The horror stories I can tell you about one site dumping something else on another site, spending millions of dollars to prove it fails also on another site. That I've been there, done that, watched it 3 times at PFP. So, no, it needs coordination, maybe some better oversight. So we don't reuse and go down the same rabbit hole for different sites.
Questions about the meeting or the recommendation process?
Anybody online have questions or anything?
Not that we're seeing yet. You can raise your hand, Teams, if anyone online does have a question.
We have quorum? We do. Good. Then thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up in the room, all across. Let's check in with our folks online. Kevin Danby, do you support? Not opposing. Lori Paris, you support. And Hovis, how are you?
I support.
Rounding back to Kevin in case you need a moment. Lorraine?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can now.
Oh, okay, yes, I support.
Good. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, so did you want to walk through what else was done at the chairs meeting? Or your call.
I think I'll skip it.
Okay,
That's last act.
and take a break and come back at 1:30-ish. Orion's Rev 9.
We have everybody here, so but we can take a short break if you guys like. I know we're all slated for 1:30, so this we can have butts back in seats at 1:30.
5-minute break?
Pardon?
So am I hearing 5-minute break?
Yep, let's do it. Considering we do tend to stretch a little bit.
In the room, lead us off.
All right. Well, I appreciate folks hanging out this afternoon and joining me once again for some more things that are happening here in the Hanford site. So today we're going to talk about 2 items. I'll kick it off with Rev 9A permit renewal that's going on right now. You know, we've had a chance to have a few meetings up until now, and wanted to make sure we got back to the HAB to offer the same information as well. So we can go on to the next slide. Okay. So I apologize for the many familiar faces that have seen some of these slides before and the duplication associated with it, but I wanted to cover a few items here on the renewal. So the renewal itself encompasses 52 facilities and waste sites across the Hanford site. The goal of our renewal is to be protective of human health and the environment for the permitted facilities, be responsive to public comment this time around as we started the public comment period, and then make a permit that's consistent and enforceable. Next slide. So as I had mentioned, we started a 120-day public comment period on June 29th. We, as of right now, have held 2 public information meetings, one on June 10th and then one on July 15th. And then we kicked off our series of lunch and learns, and up till now we've completed 4 of those lunch and learns. Just want to remind folks, you know, if you did miss any of the public information meetings or some of the lunch and learns, those are all recorded and they're available on the landing page for the Rev 9A website. Why this permit matters. Permitted facilities, as you've seen and heard from today and, you know, at other times, move the cleanup mission forward. So many of the facilities that we talked about today, the waste treatment plant, the 242A evaporator, other facilities such as, you know, moving things from the cesium and strontium capsules from wet storage to dry storage, all those are permitted facilities that move this cleanup mission forward. This permit renewal also does something very important for both parties. It sets one standard, one final status standard for all the facilities on the Hanford site for Department of Energy and its contractors to operate to, and for ecology to oversee in accordance with. The permit also sets standards that are protective of human health and the environment. So a little bit about how the permit is broken down. If you're navigating the permit page and looking at some of the documentation, you'll see what is called unit groups, right? And those unit groups are operating unit groups, the facilities that are operating today, liquid effluent retention facility, effluent treatment facility, solid waste operation complex. Many of the facilities are doing storage or treatment activities, the waste treatment plant. Those are all operating unit groups that are supporting the cleanup mission right now. We also have what's called closure unit groups. Those are unit groups that have met their mission on the Hanford site or no longer serve a purpose. They don't receive any more dangerous or mixed waste, and they are obligated to go through closure on the Hanford site. We also have what's called post-closure unit groups, those that require monitoring beyond the closure period. And then we also have corrective action unit groups as well. So just want to offer a little bit of historical context for the Hanford Sitewide permit. So it was first issued in 1994. We currently operate to the revision 8C version. And why that's awfully important, especially while we're going through the renewal, is Department of Energy operates to the current permit, revision 8C. It is also the vessel for which we continue to progress the cleanup mission forward as we complete the renewal. We do modifications under the current permit to support the cleanup mission moving forward. A very important point to kind of identify for the current permit, there are 22 waste sites and facilities in the current permit that operate to final status standards. The other unit groups that we'll see on the next slide here that we'll talk about a little bit operate to interim status standards as a condition of the permit. So they are a part of the permit, but they operate to that separate standard because of some of the conditions of the permit itself. So a little bit about what you'll see new in revision 9A of the permit is we've gone to that one standard, final status standards moving forward. All the unit groups will operate to final status standards. So we're doing away with the interim status standards, getting away for multiple standards associated with facilities on the Hanford site and going to one standard. You'll also see standard conditions that apply to all the unit groups updated, the parts 1s and 2s. And then you'll also see individual conditions for unit groups updated as well. And the attachments that affect the entire permit are also updated as well. So a little bit more about the structure for those that are diving into it at this point. As I had mentioned, we have the parts 1 and 2 general conditions that apply to the entire Hanford site. We have part 3s, which are unit-specific conditions for operating unit groups. Part 4 for corrective action unit groups. Part 5 for unit groups that are undergoing closure. And then part 6 for post-closure unit groups. So just want to offer some insight into how you can navigate the permit moving forward. A good place to start is with the baseball cards or the snapshots. It really gives you a good high-level view, a one-pager for all the facilities that are out there. It's a good way to get familiar with all 52 of the unit groups. And you can move into the permit on the landing page where you'll find information about the recordings that I had talked about before, future lunch and learns that we're holding every Wednesday from 12 to 1. I think we got, what, 5 more left, if I recall right? Okay. You'll also see more information on the website there, information about the public hearings that we're going to hold in the fall, and opportunities to ask those questions as you kind of navigate the permit itself. So we're looking forward to the Hanford Advisory Board to comment again. As some folks might already know, in 2012, there was advice issued to ecology related to the permit renewal that we had out for public comment back then. We completed response to comments for all the comments that were received during that time frame, over 5,000 comments. And we also responded to the Hanford Advisory Board advice with the response to comments that went out as well. All right, I think we'll stop there and hand it over to Dan, but we could also stop for questions if folks want to ask questions about Rev 9A.
Why don't we just move to the end? That way I know they have perspective too. So Dan, do you want to take us away? I know that as we were preparing for the HAB, there was a request to chat specific.
Ryan, I've lost your sound.
All right, so sorry, Dan, take us away, if you hear me.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Eddie. This is a little refresher for most of the folks that have been around a while. Speaking of the permit, you'll notice up at the top that waste treatment and immobilization plant is under what's called Operating Unit Group 10. 65 acres on the east side, partially operational. We've got direct feed low activity waste going now. A little throwback to this morning, you may remember hearing a variety of things about throughput. The nameplate capacity on the waste treatment plant is 30 metric tons, and I'm talking about low activity at this point. Each melter is designed to run at 15 metric tons. 70% gets us to about 10.5 metric tons, total of 21 metric tons. And the reason that's important is you heard earlier today that there was a 3-year program to ramp up. If you go into the amended consent decree that was filed in January of 25, you'll note in there under the consent decree area A22, and that states that initial plant operations for low activity waste glass production will be achieved within 3 years of successful hot commissioning of low activity waste facility. The hot commissioning complete was done in October of last year. So by October of 28, the waste treatment plant, low activity side and high level side, if it happens to be running by then, there is a requirement that's specific. And what it says is that in the case of low activity waste, on a rolling average of at least 3 months prior to the date, they have to be producing low activity waste at an average rate of 21 metric tons per day. That is 70% total operating efficiency. For those of you who have been following the waste treatment plant, you'll note that 21 metric tons has not been met yet. Yesterday, as an example, we had 8.21 metric tons. If you do all of the math and that sort of thing, by the time we get to 21 metric tons, the numbers that you heard today in terms of requirements to be met will in fact be met. That said, as the milestone indicates, we've got a bit more time to get there than where we are right now. So as you go down through high-level waste vitrification facility, we're still in the second phase of what's called a design completion period, moving forward to where we hope in the early 30s, that one will be operational as well. The laboratory, balance of facilities, effluent management, all of those pieces and parts associated with direct feed low activity are in fact working. You'll note there the 56 million gallons of waste that you've heard about comes from Cold War plutonium production and waste treatment. Where will it be treated and how? Well, the low activity waste will go through the vitrification process that we've learned to know and love. And then what will be, they will be deposited into the integrated disposal facility. As of today, there's a little over 100 containers in that IDIF, and it will continue on. As far as the actual number of containers put in there, that will partially be a function of what's called waste loading. For those of you who remember, there are certain gallons of waste and certain gallons of waste former materials and glass former materials and a variety of things that go into each of the containers. At present, we are about 50% in terms of waste load per container. If that's maintained, that will mean a certain number of gallons per container out the back end. If they increase waste loading, that will change. That's something we will continue to watch as we go forward. Next slide, please. What you're looking at is the low activity waste facility. You're standing at the southeast corner looking northwest in this view. And on the right-hand side, you'll see 2 of the low activity containers. Next slide, please. And here's how we get the waste ready to rock and roll for the low activity waste facility. Low activity waste pretreatment system, what we all know as TSCR and soon to be AMPS, does the pretreating necessary to pull the cesium out of the waste, the cesium-137, a bit of strontium and some other things. Also has a filter mechanism inside of it to avoid all of these solids going forward. What we have now is the TSCR that's working to supply waste to AP106. That is at about 5 gallons per minute. Once the AMPS gets rocking and rolling, we should be somewhere between 7 and 10 gallons per minute processed.
So you can see that it's not just about the waste treatment plant. It's not just about AP 106. It really isn't just about TISCO or AMS. It's about the large system and all of those parts working together as they need to process the waste in quantities that we hope to have happen. Any questions at this point?
Questions? Want to give the other agencies provide perspective?
I think you guys are good.
Do you have anyone online from you?
I also think that you guys are doing a great job.
And I think we can jump. Are there any questions for Eddie or?
I just had one. Is it here, the closure unit groups? How many, I guess, units do we have closed?
So I don't have the number of how many units have been closed under revision 8C or previous version of the permits, but I can tell you that we are actively closing units under the current permit right now. Annette, do you have a?
I don't have a number, but if you look in the parts 1s and 2s or the standard conditions, there's a table in there that talks about the unit groups that come in and out of the permit. So it would show the unit groups that we have closed since the beginning of the, the first permit.
10 or 100? I don't have a feel for it.
We can certainly get that number for you. We can take a look at that and get that number.
Well, if it's available,
Yeah.
Other questions in the room? You can flip your table tents. Question online, you can raise your hand, please. Looks very content.
This isn't a question, it's a shameless plug. If anyone remotely associated with the HAB now, in the future, or the past, wants to talk through Rev 9, I am still reading all of it and available to chat. I think I'm like 3/4 of the way through. Yeah, so I know you mentioned that you're looking forward to HAB advice, but we'll see what happens. It's not going to happen today.
Other questions or points of interest?
See folks frantically counting back there how many closed units. So we'll get that number for you pretty soon. How many?
Veronica just counted.
43.
43.
43 have been closed so far? Okay, so 43 units. If you look at the breakdown, the majority of the units in the current permit are actually closing unit groups as well. So once it becomes effective and issued and effective, Department of Energy will be required to close those ones as well. Yep.
Good. Thank you, Eddie, Dan, Veronica, for the fact checking. That rounds out the last presentation on our agenda. Up next is board business.
Have any board business?
We don't know.
It's an opportunity for subcommittee reports.
Tentative orientation date?
Hmm?
Do we have a tentative orientation, even though we don't know who's oriented?
October 27th is the day, right? October 27th is the day we're looking at new orientation tour, and then that would put 28th as the full board meeting. And then Mark Reese talked to me, and maybe the 29th would be Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, but I don't know yet. So I probably shouldn't all do it the same week since this week was a lot of things, but just a board meeting shouldn't be bad. So that's the potential date. You guys want to talk about it? I can.
About that. So the names that were submitted to DOE, I guess up to 25, Was that a combination of new board members who were interested and current board members?
Current and new applicants.
There's never been talked about it. I just figured it'd be good to get that date out there circulating.
Yeah,
So-
100%. So I'm trying to work with, we were trying to get through this week just with roadshow this week too. It's been busy. Ray has a big trip coming up as well, but we'll start looking at what dates make sense. I believe, I haven't looked into it too much because I heard good things, but the CR was something I was trying to follow too, because last year we had put so much work into it and then got shut down and it kind of just shoved everything. And so, but I think we're good through the calendar year was the last thing I heard. So we should be okay to start picking dates. I was just hesitant until I knew what that looked like. And then just figuring out like what future looks like what does work plan look like? What are the meetings gonna look like? And going from there.
A whole new charter will have to be developed and all of that.
Not a new charter. So the charter was already put out from headquarters in March, from EM. We don't have a charter. We have the operating ground rules. So yeah, looking at those to make sure they match, but that one's kind of weird because Kelly and headquarters team were working on that EMSSAB operating framework. Everything's titled a little bit different, but also the same. So that's the title, I believe. So I kind of want to see what that's going to look like because I don't want to repeat information in our ground rules. So as soon as that comes out formally, then I think it'll be easier to update. That way we're just not making another huge document that it's already listed somewhere else.
Is that a group of people in DOE that's actually making the decision about who's going to do it?
Oh, no, wait, sorry, about the framework or are we switching gears again?
Who are going to be selected as members of whatever you're going to call it?
We keep hearing the White House liaison is the last step, which I believe that's where our packet is right now. So they're doing all of their checks and balances and everything, and they'll make the decision on who's. It is.
Will there be committees?
I don't know. That's something that's part of the discussion on things. I can give you my opinion. So I've been following the other boards as much as I can just to kind of see how they have been working and what works for them. Obviously, every board is a little bit different, but just looking at constraints that we have too, I want to make sure that HAB is as successful as it can be and seeing how this year has gone. I'm leaning more towards having more robust full board meetings. And then as advice comes out of those, we essentially create whatever we want to call them, issue manager teams or working groups off of that to do advice. And if they need more detailed presentations, do it at those meetings. But leaning away from subcommittees and having the information for the most part be at all of the full board meetings. But nothing has been decided yet.
Have other DOE site advisory boards already been through this process?
Yeah, all the other boards are 20 just public at large members. So HAB was the last one to catch up.
That was the first one, and all the other ones were different.
Yeah.
HAB predated EMSSAB.
Yeah.
It existed before all the other ones.
I wasn't clear, listening to Ray and yourself. So 25 names have been submitted to Washington. But only 20 of those 25 are going to be on the board?
Correct. So from what we're seeing, I don't think every applicant that gets submitted gets through the review process. And so we didn't want to submit 20 and then only have 15 approved. So we submitted high, hoping that we'll have a solid 20 when we come out the other end.
That wasn't clear.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be?
Going to be what? 11, half plus one.
What?
Correct. Yeah. So that's kind of why today I think we technically quorum was
Quorum is currently 11 by our operating ground rules, which
Just say
defines it
half.
as half.
And I mean, that's something we just have to look at. I would like to see if all the other boards are doing it one way, if we can kind of mirror the same thing. I don't know if it's half. I don't know what Robert's rules are. I'd have to research it more. If it's half or half plus one.
Usually half plus one.
That's what I thought,
But
but
Roberts is half plus one.
yeah. So ours was a little different again, but
So there won't be any secondary?
alternates? No, no alternates.
You know, a long time ago, we used to be the model for all of them. It's not working, I guess.
Will you still be our representative here? Or we represent?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, I know that the news might not have been fun for everyone today, but I've had an absolute blast working with all of you guys the past year and a half, however long it's been. I think it's been great. We dealt with the shutdown and doing things how we could. I would love to continue to try and make the HAB successful in the future. And I've been chatting with Tom if we can find other ways to, just keep everyone in the loop on everything. My plan is to still be involved. I will say I'm doing a lot of scope right now. And so the talk is kind of shifting things, but I don't know what puzzle piece will shift. So my boss had retired and I took on his scope as well. So I have a lot of background in HAB more than other people in my group because I have been doing it. So I would love to stay if you guys will have me and if it works out, but I don't know.
They did, now that I think about it, they did mention something about how ecology would be involved.
Mhm.
It sounds like it's going to be different than what it is now.
Yeah, so I can give a little bit of info because I don't think anything has officially been decided up until, today when things got announced. So essentially similar to how other boards do it with their state agencies or tribal groups, they're liaisons to the board. So they'll come to the meetings, they can sit, granted, this is me speaking, I don't know what the future looks like, but if it was my HAB next year, Ryan and Roberto or whoever is representing would sit at the table with us, whoever the other liaisons could hang out. They can give their perspective on things. They can give their input on their divisions and their groups. The only thing that's changing is they're not an official role as far as creating the agendas, and we've kind of gotten a little bit away from it, anyway, it seems. And so it's that, and then advice will go to DOE directly and not to EPA and ecology anymore.
Yeah, so as you guys are familiar, the 32 plus years, the HAB's provided advice to 3 agencies, not just energy. And as we heard this morning, moving forward, the board's going to be providing advice to just energy, no longer ecology and EPA. And we're not sure exactly how things are going to look moving forward. We, as Ray mentioned, and as we received earlier today, we got a letter from DOE that they notifying us that they're going to be terminating the MOU. The current MOU states that any of the parties may terminate the MOU within a certain amount of days' notice. That's what was sent to ecology and EPA earlier today. And again, we don't know if we're going to sign a revised MOU. I think if we do look at signing a revised MOU, it would any agreement would still set ecology, and I don't want to speak for EPA, but it would set ecology in a diminished role is what we would expect than what we've been doing with the HAB for the last 32 years. As Stephanie shared, we're evaluating options on things and how we next steps moving forward. But I've personally really appreciated working with the board. I've been with ecology I think 7 years now. Really appreciated the work I get to do with all of you every day, and recognize it's a big change for almost everybody on the board, ecology and EPA too. And we're going to continue to look to engage with the HAB the best the way that we can, and of course exploring other avenues where we can.
I wouldn't think. Not exactly what the future is here. I don't think that the new board makeup would actually prevent us from providing advice or providing recommendations to EPA.
We would love to still get advice and recommendations from the board, but ultimately, I guess my understanding moving forward right now is the board's charter or mission is going to be to provide advice to energy, and it will be up to energy on if the board can provide. So that would be a question for Department of Energy.
Rose has joined us. She has a question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I always get this weird window that's been coming up. So, the only thing that I really kind of want to add to this is there's a couple of concerns. Number one is certainly a concern that the state is not going to automatically be able to get the advice that the new board will put together unless DOE chooses to send it. I'm assuming that that's the way it's going to be for everyone. If they choose to send it, then we'll see it. If they choose not to, then we won't to be able to provide additional comment and whatnot. The main thing, though, that I wanted to point out is that Yakima Nation is a sovereign. We've talked about that earlier. Yakima Nation decides who is on this board. We have to get permission from tribal council to submit our paperwork to be part of this board. Lorraine just was not automatically put on as the primary. I mean, we have our own internal processes in which we go by to be a part of this board. And I fear that is being supplanted basically. We really have some sovereign issues here with what's going on, just to put that out there. But I feel like now DOE wants to be able to take control over who they think should play a role on the board. And we have submitted applications because we already got ours in, but they're going to make the selection. And the reality of it is Yakima Nation should make a selection of who they think should be representing Yakima Nation on said board. And I do think the Yakima Nation should have a seat at the table. I'm going to put that out there again. But, you know, the fact that DOE is taking control over who they think should be on the board with regards to Yakima Nation is not recognizing Yakima Nation as a sovereign to make that decision for themselves.
I can clarify a little bit, Rose. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
So DOE will not be choosing which person will be representing Yakima Nation. So, and that's where I'm trying to clear up a little bit of what got discussed earlier, because there was never any ill intent on that. So we're not saying that the Yakima Nation is a public member. What we were trying to say is the board will be made up of 20 people representing the public at large, and anyone from Yakima Nation or anywhere else is able to apply for any of those roles, but like fully noting that the people that make up the new 20-member HAB will be representing members of the public. We, I believe, do plan on, and if I'm misspeaking, I'll get my hand slapped for it, but I believe we're planning on offering all of the tribal nation liaison roles. We would not tell you who could and couldn't be in that role. That would be just as you mentioned earlier. You would get to choose who represents Yakima Nation in that role, not us.
Yeah, but what you're saying is if I put my application in and Lorraine puts her application in, which they have already been submitted earlier this year, then the only role that Yakima Nation can play on the board is as a member of the public, when the reality of it is we represent Yakima Nation. We're right back to the point of, Yakima Nation is not the public at large. Yakima Nation is a sovereign nation who deserves a seat at the table at this board, but yet you're telling us the only way we can have a seat at the table is once DOE goes through the applications, selects who's going to be on there, and if I happen to be chosen, then I no longer am representing Yakima Nation, I'm just the public at large, and that's not right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So Yakima Nation liaisons will have a seat at the board, at the table.
Why are you calling? Why? But there won't be a voting member, is what you've said earlier. Or would we be a voting member?
Well, or liaisons are not voting members when it comes to advice, but they can bring their perspective. They can talk. They can ask questions. You will be just as involved as any other person. There's just not voting when it comes to advice, but you are more than welcome, and I believe you guys do, to continue your government to government and tribal nation to government meetings so that we can get you guys the information in a different venue as well.
So what you're saying is, in order to be a voting member, if I were to be chosen out of those 25 people, because my application's in there, if I were to be chosen as a voting member of this board, I would not be able to be representing Yakima Nation. I would be just simply a public at large, even though I'm an employee of the Yakima Nation and I would want to be able to represent them and their interests. But you're telling me I wouldn't be able to do that. That's what you're saying.
On paper,
in order to be a voting member.
Yes. On paper, yes. The board will be made up of 20 public at-large seats. It does not stop you from speaking all of your knowledge and taking all of the knowledge you learned from HAB back to your tribal nations, but the board will be made up of 20 public at-large members. So on paper, yes, you will be, if elected, you will be identified as a member of the public representing the Hanford community.
Okay, so that, and that's a problem. Just gonna put that out there, that really is a problem, because I don't want that to prevent me or Lorraine from being selected out of that 25 on the one hand, but on the other hand, not being a voting member is also a problem. Oh, I see Lorraine's got her hand up. I will defer to her, but this whole thing is not right. The way you're treating the tribe is just absolutely not right, in my opinion. So anyway, I'll defer to Lorraine.
You is currently Lorraine and Chris. Lorraine, you're up.
My question is, because today it's almost like you kind of blindsided everybody with this information, and it's, basically, you're dusting everybody off, and, you're following other site protocols, which Yakima Nation and its relationship with Hanford, and the uniqueness involved. I think that people back east that are deciding how things are going forward here, especially for the tribes, we have been here. We're not going anywhere. We're always going to be here. And our instructions are to always, participate, even within this forum. And my concern is, and I guess another question is, as all this is going on, are you going to inform everybody, or are you just going to let the process go through and not say anything or do anything until the next, I guess, your next phase? I mean, are you just accepting of that? Because I feel that discussion should have been made with everybody, before any of this was even decided. And I agree with Rose and what Mr. Paulette said earlier, that this is, very disrespectful to the fact that the Yakima Nation should always have a say in what's going on. That's exactly why Adwai Russell Jim stepped forward back when he did, to make sure that we had a voice in the cleanup and everything that's going forward. And it is a detriment to the Yakima Nation. This is very serious. And so, we will definitely be following up, but I just want to know, are we going to be communicated with as this process is going on, or what's the plan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I apologize. I mean, we're all only human, right? So I think no matter what, we were kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. The discussions were made of, do we send notifications out before the HAB meeting so that you guys didn't feel blindsided in the meeting? But then everyone in the group kind of came to the conclusion that it would be better to have the discussion face to face, where we could answer questions. And, I think no matter what, I don't think there was a win in this situation for the path forward. And so I apologize if it hit the wrong way. That wasn't anyone's intent. We knew there was going to be hurt feelings and emotions, but we just felt the in-person option was, the the better way to go, and maybe we made a mistake. That happens all the time. But we definitely will be keeping people up to date I mean, the information on this update already went out today. There's not really many next steps. The next one I can think of is once we get members, obviously those people will be notified. Members are posted publicly on the website. So yeah, everyone will be notified of that. I would imagine we would notify members before we just post it so that you don't find out you're a member by scrolling Google. But so we will definitely do that. As things come out, yes, we'll send things. Is that kind of the question you were getting at?
Well, like I said, this is very serious and definitely will have to go before my leadership for, this decision that's being made, because it's affecting our ceded territory and our, and our treaty. Our treaty supersedes the HAB, period.
Right.
So, that not even being respected or taken into consideration to reach out, to us so that, we are able to have maybe even given our leadership some information prior to today's meeting would have been, I feel, the right thing to do. And, so, it is very serious. And I may be following up with people within the HAB as I, go forward to get information on, details, I guess, added details as we go forward. But yeah, it is, the state also has to have something to do with this as far as going forward and, maintaining the respect that is proper for, a treaty. Obviously none of you live on, have that history of being a member or having to deal with the treaty, but, that's exactly the reason why, this area has always been maintained for, continued use of our people. It's not just about me. It's not just about my leadership. It's about all 11,000 members of the Yakima And so this is a huge effect. And like Rose said, there will be follow-up. So
Yeah, I appreciate and I respect your feelings on the matter and everything. Your leadership should have been notified a bit ago. And within that notification, there is an opportunity to request a briefing so we can have further discussion. So I encourage you guys to do that so that we can, I probably will not be in those meetings, but so that you guys can have those higher level discussions on what the future looks like. I'm willing to do what I can for you guys as well. But I hope we all know that I'm
Thank you.
usually the messenger in this situation, but I will do what I can for you guys to make sure we're good moving forward.
And Chris, you're up. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I think there's one important point here too, is that even if someone is not a member of the 20-person committee that sits on the table and votes, they can always become a member of an IM team unless 100%. Things change.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the real importance is, because as a member of an IM team, your input is highly desired, is taken into account. And I can see where we could have larger IM teams with more members of the public or non-20 people sitting in on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as a member of the IM team, you can vote. So you can vote for advice to proceed, or you can vote for advice not to proceed.
Non-members cannot vote in IM teams, but you do have every right to voice opinions when you guys are writing advice. I can get you more information on that, Chris, if you don't believe me, but.
When I was running IM teams, I allowed everyone to at least have a voice in the consensus before it went to committee.
Everyone has a voice.
Right.
Everyone has a voice, but a final official vote would be members only, but that.
So from the Hanford CAB, you wouldn't be able to block consent, you wouldn't be able to vote. But if it was, because depending on whether there's a committee or not, right? If there's a subcommittee, then
you can, but an IM team you can.
In theory.
It's a brand new.
The IM team leader should be respecting everyone's voices and opinions, but the official vote would come down to members, and that's how it should have been running.
I am Team Lebanon, we allow non-members to vote.
You can still voice your opinion. Like, just because you have a vote or not on an IM team advice does not mean, that shouldn't hinder you from participating. I invite everyone to participate on advice, but the official votes will come from members.
And at the end of the day, an IM team is not a decision-making body. The only decision-making is at this board meeting.
But it's a significant input body.
It is definitely an input body. It is not a decision-making body.
But your
Because
point is still
all you're
there,
doing
Chris.
on the IM team is recommending something to go on to the board.
So if someone's concerned about not having input, they can have input if they're.
Yes, they
on
can,
IM.
very much so.
100%.
What does DOE gain for this?
So can we let him, he had his hand up.
Rose online.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Will there be IM teams? You sure there will be IM teams under this new organization?
Am I sure?
Yes.
I'm not sure of anything today, but my plan is, yes, we will have IM teams as advice becomes not available, but what comes to fruition.
Requested.
Yeah, as requested, or as something new comes up that the board feels like they want to write advice on, then we'll create an IM team for that advice. I think that also works better because there might be sometimes, like Co was writing advice that maybe Tom was interested, so he would join. So this way, we'll essentially have all these little working groups. And then when that advice is done, that working group will dissolve and you guys can go into another one. So you could be in 0 or you could be in 10 of them if there's 10 pieces at the same time.
Do any of the other sites have IM teams?
Yeah, they all call them something different. Some call them IM teams, some call them working groups. So again, that's where it just comes down to the name, but yes.
Okay, so let's get a queue going. We're gonna go Rose, Rob, Jerry, other Rob, official Rob. Okay, Rose, you're up.
Okay, so I just want to clarify something. I thought I heard you say that a notification had been sent to our leadership already. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I believe they came out around noon today.
Oh, and that was email or snail mail?
Email.
Email.
I don't know that we snail mail anymore, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Is that the press
Okay,
release?
okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. The reason I'm asking is because obviously if it went to our leadership, but would that have included Lorraine as our primary?
HAB members
HAB.
received it as well. Yep.
Okay, that's what I'm just double checking because I'll have to look at my email. I've been on meetings and such the whole time. And that's basically is going to explain everything that's happening. Is that correct?
Yep, and there's a fact sheet in there too. We tried to lay everything out and simplify it. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me as well. If you don't have the email for some reason, let us know. I believe it actually came at 12:01 for HAB members.
Okay, then the other question that I have is there a location, and if somebody could put it in the chat, that would be great. I'm sure it's just a website, but is there a location that I can go where I can look at the other boards and be able to find out what their makeup is where they're at? You said we have 20 members. Is that pretty standard across the complex, or are there other boards that have more members than 20? And I just kind of curious.
So 20, I believe, is the max. Some boards have less.
Okay.
The EMSSAB website, I believe, has links to all 8 of the EMSSABs. But Josh is shaking his head yes. So he's going to put it in the chat for you, and it should have links to all of the board's individual websites.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I'll look for the email. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Rob Davis.
I was just wondering how's this going to benefit DOE wanting public input? The more input you get, the better off the results. So why is this being done?
I think there's a lot of little mini reasons, and it's in that letter that if you did not get that distro list, let me know, Rob, and we'll get it sent to you. It's in the fact sheet that's coming out, but there's a lot of things. It's consistency with the other EMSSABs. It should help with cost. HAB was very expensive compared to other boards. They are trying to reestablish what they want the EMSSABs to be, which is more of that community level advice. And I think HAB, we kind of chatted about it last night, but we have very smart people on this board that sometimes scare off some of the community member level knowledge, just because they're very knowledgeable on things and they've been on the HAB for so many years. And so we're just trying to stay fresh with the current community, and those are the gist of them. But realignment was the big, is just to stay realigned with FACA and the charter and make sure that we're in alignment with that and the other boards.
Next up, Jerry.
I mean, you can put lipstick on the pig as much as you'd like to. I understand it's your job as representing DOE, but it's a political decision. We all know it's a political decision. Community level engagement means that Amber Waldriff, County Commissioner for Spokane, largest downwind community, is not going to be representing a group on this board. Regional environmental groups will not be on this board. And there's no reason that I can see why anyone from an organizational interest would want to participate in spending time to develop advice in USDOE's political appointees vetted by the White House. Why would we do that and not have, especially if our advice isn't going to then be utilized, coming from organizational and tribal representatives in the state of Oregon, by the regulators? We're much better off saying we need to have advice to the regulators if EPA wants to participate, but certainly the state of Washington, and if it collaborates with the state of Oregon. But the magic of this board, and I think I'm the only person who's in this room who participated in the years-long negotiation to create the charter. The magic of this board was that it was a representational board and not an individual selection, but a representational board. And that's what saved this site from repeated political disaster and legal challenges and numerous political obstacles, even where there was disagreement, but because of the dialogue, we said, let's support having funding for something go forward in Congress, or let's not have a legal challenge. That has been ripped up and shredded by the Energy Department. And there are other avenues. We'll explore those other avenues. And energy will be the one who suffers from that, because there won't be a reason to say, well, we're sitting at the table, so let's not go to Congress and say, pull the plug on this, or let's not file a legal challenge, or let's not have state law that reflects our viewpoints. And energy will be the one suffering. And in a couple of years, you'll wake up and you'll change. And then we'll have a discussion back again about having a board that is regionally representative. It is baloney to talk about the other sites. Is there another site that is the largest, most contaminated site in the Western Hemisphere? No. Is there another site with a $3 billion budget? Is there another site that has 3 tribal nations with treaty rights? Is there another site? Oh, wait a minute. What other site has treaty rights? You keep talking about Savannah River. They have tribes with treaty rights? No. It's really ludicrous to say, let's talk about this. And then the final thing I want to say is this. It is inappropriate and factually incorrect to say anything about FACA requiring this change. That is a joke. been through this discussion over and over again. There's nothing in the Federal Advisory Committee Act that requires or even encourages the changes that are being proposed.
I don't think we said required. I think we said we're trying to line up with the current charter.
There's nothing in FACA that you are lining up with.
Said
Not
the-
at all.
We said the charter and the order as well.
Oh, and so not FACA, but your charter, which is your own new decision,
It's not
which
new.
ripped
The
apart
charter's
the charter that this was created as a regional negotiation and a national model, which was ripped up. I have to say, 20 years ago, public interest groups, not just Harbor American Northwest, and the tribes and the state of Oregon all said 20 years ago that the Energy Department Ecology and EPA MOU would be something that you regret. And indeed, as we've learned today, it's taken longer than I expected, but the MOU is a meaningless piece of paper is what we learned today. And that's what we feared it would be. And you've just shown utter disrespect for the process and the work.
Rob Harmon. The discussion with with the other groups that might be involved in the HAB currently are Oregon looked at different. Well,
Yes, if I'm chosen, my name's in, I will just represent the public.
Right.
I won't represent or have a seat here representing Oregon.
Is there an arbitrary radius that defines local
Yeah,
communities? That's like, I think.
Yeah,
No, there's nothing at least established yet. I don't
Yeah.
know if that's gonna be in the framework, but I feel like I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna be in the draft, but we don't have that until October, I think is what Kelly mentioned earlier. But even if there is, it's not a mandatory, it's just a suggestion. Which I think there's already something like that somewhere, if I remember right. That
There
we
was
still
an
don't.
attempt to define it as 100 or 50 miles.
Yeah, but we still,
2000,
I think we still have people outside of it. So again, it's just a suggestion.
in their capacity, they're representing the state of Oregon, how the site, state of Oregon, and looks like in the future, I guess they'll have
Representing themselves.
Yeah.
Well, and we have the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board that we're planning on working with and we do work with right now. So we're not trying to silence anyone's voices in any of this. We're just,
No, that's not what I'm inferring. I'm just curious is, again, going through the selection process that they have, would that be considered one way or the other?
And I can jump in a little bit. The EMSSAB charter defines liaisons, and it says state and local governments and tribal nations. So Oregon could apply to be a liaison, or as far as Odo, or could apply to be a liaison to the board.
Oh, yeah, but again, it's that terminology, board member, and then liaison, which is a non-voting. I mean, anybody, anywhere can provide some, feedback into what's being discussed, but for voting, liaisons don't have a vote, right?
I think we need to take what we have. I understand Jerry's comments as well. Again, nothing, I'm a messenger in this, so some of the comments need to go higher, but I want to do what I can for you guys to help out. I think this is the situation we're in, and it's up to us to make it a situation that's great or a situation that's horrible. So I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that what the future looks like is still successful It's a great group. It's a board that people want to be on, that we're making progress. I can't do that if people don't want to be in that environment. And so all I can ask is for all of you and for any new members that are going to be on the board starting in October, is that we take what we have and we make it the best thing we can make it.
No, I understand. At least my perspective, I'm not trying to blame you for anything.
Yeah, I know.
But it was just the discussions with the members of the acclamation being their own. And I understand that's totally different too. But when it comes to the current members, we have another state that is an integral part of the organization here.
And we will make sure that their voice is heard, whether it's through HAB or Oregon Hanford Cleanup or other public involvement opportunities. I don't know I don't know who we're gonna get back from the White House, so.
Again, I just, you know,
I just
thinking
know,
out loud about what the board maybe look like.
until we get that selection, I am going to do my best to not overly be concerned on what might happen. And once we get it, then we'll make the best out of what we have, is kind of where I'm at, because I don't see what else we can do, right? So.
The selection and the operating framework.
Correct.
So those are the kind of the two key pieces that are the big unknowns right now.
I'd like to.
But I do want, hold on, I do want to remind everybody that ecology and EPA are liaisons to the board. And we have had active engagement with Ryan and his team, Jeff and Roberto. And so there still has been really active interaction and engagement. So it's not a liaison concept. It's not something alien.
But Susan, they are liaisons because they receive advice. They do not influence advice. That is a world of difference for everyone else. They receive advice. They do not, and they've done a wonderful job of making, for years, of saying, we receive advice. We do not attempt to influence it.
Influence is just a really tough, soft word. You can influence in all kinds of different ways. So it's like, I don't even want to get, Jerry, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to go lawyer space with you.
It's not lawyer, it's just, it's public involvement 101. And for any framework of a meaningful advisory board, the framework is, does it have independence to choose what its topics are? Does it have representation of affected interests? This proposal fails on any structure that you review of public involvement and meaningful advisory boards. And when you're saying that, Susan, that, well, ecology and EPA are liaisons, they have a totally different role in receiving advice than anyone else in the room who is the developer of advice to bring input from affected entities, communities, interests to the table, and to also bring back to those communities what they learned. And then it's a iterative process. You bring back the information and then you bring back input.
They can still do that. This isn't changing that.
Though not having presentations from ecology and from EPA, we're only getting part of the story.
We will have presentations from ecology and EPA. That won't go away. They can bring
You're
in.
gonna have formal presentations?
That's
from
not going away.
Alfonso Contreras is on the phone and he's texted me that he would like to be recognized.
Yeah, I think it's, see, all the phones are muted. You'll probably have to hit *6 to speak, Alfonso. Yeah, Alfonso, you're up. You'll have to hit *6 on your phone. You're still there, Alfonso? You're not coming through. So I can mute you, but I can't. I'm not sure why. All the
Does
phones
that,
get
do you
muted.
wanna, Jerry, do you wanna ask Alfonso to call back in maybe? Or can he actually Teams in instead of call in?
You can't team in, but is he disconnected?
He needs to hit *6 to unmute his mic.
I just texted him to hit *6, but.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hey, there's a lot being said about the board and what we were here for and where it's going and what we do all have in common as a board has been cleanup. And the reason I say that is our voices are being eliminated. You can say whatever you like at the local level, but those decisions aren't being made at the local level. They're being made elsewhere, a lot higher up than anybody in that room is in. The long-term picture is money. Money's going to be eliminated. Work's going to be eliminated. Jobs are going to be eliminated. When those times come around, we fight and we fight together because we want the cleanup.
Thanks, Alfonso.
But budgets speak volumes. Whether it's local, running a school, running a county, running a city, decisions are made that aren't popular. They do bad as they do good. I know of communities that have housing projects where they're literally building house upon another house upon another house here in Eastern Washington just for tax bases. In other words, they can tax a house a lot more than they can tax an apartment complex. So they want you to buy a house, even though you have absolutely no yards to them, no growth, no ability to entertain, no ability to relax in an open area that you can call your own. Lots have gotten smaller in communities because what they're going after as a city is the money. Hanford sits differently. Hanford is a whole that doesn't produce money. It takes money. It always has. In the government side, they want to eliminate as much as they can to stop money being funded to Hanford. So the little things are what's being said on the Hanford advisory and has been in the past is a detriment to them because it's a voice and it's a strong voice and has been. Now, to tell somebody that, oh, the Hanford Advisory Board is not going to be for public engagement. What does that mean? What is the definition of public engagement? Is it somebody handing out hot dogs on a community night saying, oh, I represent Hanford? And what do you do there? Well, I don't. I sit on a board when we really can't do anything anymore. We're losing a major voice. And look across. All of those that are employed at Hanford right now, a year from now, 2 years from now, it's not going to be there. They show you a budget now, and they'll be eliminated before you know it. Anything can be given to you when it's just written in a newspaper article. And it'll be taken away just as fast. That's my fear. Because I'm not employed there. But knowing people who are, knowing the job that they're doing, I may not agree with how things get done, but it's getting done. And has been getting done. The problem is now we have people in leadership that consider it a black hole. We have our local representatives being decided by PACs out of our area. It's not a good future. Big business doesn't need to be running Hanford, even though they do. It's even worse when the government gets involved and controls that budget. We need to keep that voice. We need to keep that fight. That's all.
Push past the meeting time a bit. Are there any final questions or final words?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Roberto. It has, from my perspective, it has been quite, the last 6 years have been something else. Chris and I came on during COVID, and that was an experience. And then it's continued change and evolution since then. So thank you for everybody that's been on that journey. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you all. Maybe we'll check back in.
Thank you, everyone. I think with that, we're adjourned.